as we are once again alive upon the internet. As we appear to be, let's make sure that I set up everything correctly with right titles and publics and bit rates going everywhere. That all looks good, and my audio also looks good. And yeah, let's jump right in. Yeah, let's continue on where we left off with this character. And let's do a little bit of world cleanup with them. Just going around Brooklyn. Let's get the fog of war basically off the map.
Safe area detected.
Let's clean up some other parts. Just run around there a little. Oh yeah, actually I got these. Oh yeah, I wanted to track.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to
I
go.
can load up, of course,
Said it was safer for us if
in the
she's not
video
here.
if these are actually the same stats or not. Let's actually do that first. Where is Journey Bills? Was the video right? Journey Caches Builds. Not the best name in the end, but we got there. But yeah, let's actually make sure this goes over here. Yeah, let's actually see if it's the exact same stats. And hey there, teammates. That was Friday indeed. We're going towards the end of the week, and yeah, so far I've had a pretty good week, and gotten to play quite a lot, which I've been enjoying. And yeah, I hope everybody's enjoying their Thursday too. Let's actually say, yeah, let's go. Well, not there, but let's go here. So if I go to where the red build, where we kind of, yeah, to remember that one. So let's see if we get the exact same stats here. So full hazard protection, skill damage, pen reset core. On the firearms one. Wait, what was it? Oh, it was a blue and a yellow. Okay, so these are randomized. Okay. That's interesting. Well, they have the ability to give fixed stats, but yeah, this one, for instance, is much better pieces. Actually,
Glad to see you, Agent.
like that Fenris mask is actually usable, but most of the others aren't. Do they have any blue and yellows in there? Okay, yeah. So no, actually on the negotiator pieces on the other one, we had all reds on the miners. I can actually take us here and show that. So all the minor stats on the negotiator there are red. But here we have also like an health and an status effect. Okay, so yeah, that's actually good to know that yeah, they are randomized. They just give the pieces, but not per se have hard stats set.
Nice doing business with you.
That was something I was curious about anyway, so good to know. Let's have on the other two as well. Get them out of the way. Curious as well if this one, actually, well, let's clean up first. So we have definitely enough space. See if this one bugged like errors out again. Okay, yeah, so this one just because on both accounts it did that, so now we know. But I did give the items. That's the important part. I keep these blue here as well. Yeah, let's keep that. Detox Scorpio even, but don't need more, so. I know. We'll hang on to the blue piece for now. There we go. Okay. So that's a question answered. Let's go to Brooklyn. I had an hour or so to play this afternoon, and actually went around and quickly got like the caches and did like the liberation project kind of thing. So that's already done. But yeah, let's go actually just go through the map, get the
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
fog of war
Kelso
off of
had
the
to
map
go.
that is
Said it
remaining.
was safer for us if she's not here.
Also, I'm very curious. So there's this place. There is like an offshoot to it where you shoot a door, but it isn't part of this sewer. So it must be somewhere here that we go down. I wouldn't mind actually, because I remember also encountering that with when we were doing it on the other account. But yeah, let's just go into the voids and just make sure we remove as much as the fog of war as we can. So we have a little bit here as well, I think. I compared to look at the converted SMG versus Purist. Yeah, the Purist is, if you're going that route, the Purist is a little bit ahead when you have Purist up. And if you're going with the Purist, you're gonna have it up all the time, right? Like that's the point of it. So might as well go with that. And also, it is easier to get. SMG9. But yeah, it's in the streamline video on them YouTubes. Did these count? No, it must be. Has to be the ones in planters, right? I'm guessing. Oh yeah, somebody pointed out you can just fast travel away and back once you even have found one. You can just keep destroying them over and over. I don't know, we're just... Okay, so let's go that tiny bit still as well. Some apparel lying around. Would be funny if you ran into it and like dropped an apparel boots or something like that. Oh, yeah, maybe we do that in a little bit as well. I have the graphic with all of the items we picked up. Maybe we put the pictures or try to get the pictures near them as well. So we have a little bit here, and then a little bit here, here, and then there. So let's go over there. I do love the trees and stuff like this. They made a good looking Brooklyn. You get the live notification for some reason. Oh, the person has gone live. It should have, but I never used that system, so I think it's automated. So, oh, okay, all right. Or it was user error. Wait, so is this maybe the way down? But then let's go to the sewer and actually break that. Is this what leads there? This is very far away now. Let's actually... Well, this is this one, right? Because there is this. And this is, I think, this leads to that one place where I was like... I feel this is an area to like do a bounty or something. Because also, yeah, we're jumping down in a way that we can't get back up. Wait, is there people there?
Electronic device detected.
What's that? There's a comm down here, so... Oh, there's a named group area. Interesting. Yeah, let's murder Romeo. Oh, my world is still set to normal. But that's fine, actually, for running around here. It's not the worst idea.
Thanks, Grant. Gotta be careful, this stuff burns hotter.
Because there's like this area, which very obviously seems set up as like a big fight or something. But this is also then not connected to that. Because also, first time I saw this, I was like, oh, this is likely, you know, where you fight a hunter or something. But now we know that is not the case. But this at least gets us into kind of this corner enough that, yeah, we get the reveal there. Let's actually go as far to the west as we can. Although that was actually set through the tunnel. So. Just go into the corners for a second and just make sure we have unfogged everything. But I wonder what this area is for and if people already have figured it out. So let's go have a look over here. I wanna see if there is a answer to this question. And in the open world, and I'm doing pretty well. I hope everybody's enjoying their Thursday so far. It's a somewhat busy day for me work-wise, but I got to get my work done, and also even got to make the Huntsman video that's up now.
Supply drop nearby.
And I'm happy with how it turned out. So. Oh yeah, so down the sewer, yeah. Let's go down the sewer. But yeah, so I'm curious about this. Because I saw this the last time through as well. I was like, okay, this might also be Hunter, but then also it didn't turn out to be Hunter. This is one of those places where there's a SHT cache, but there's not this, but it's here. No, it's where it splits off, I think. So here, yeah. So there's this box. This box is obviously that door, I feel. Right? Or is it just that door in the back? But why would the box be all the way here for? Because I'm like, because I actually now see there, that's a blocker. So maybe it is just that. Maybe this just opens the two doors. And I haven't just checked the doors before I've ever shot this. Or it's just a red flag. It's just a false flag. That can happen too. And easy me. I can go too satisfying to use, but just feels so clunky. Yep. Also, I finally found out, yeah, what the discrepancy was, and yeah, it's just the gunner reload. If you get the gunner reload in there, so yeah, you would rather just not have gunner while you're running it. I didn't realize that as well until like halfway through the video. But yeah, if you're running demo, it is consistently just gonna unload. But yeah, they basically broke the Sleipnir, which kind of sucks. But then now it works kind of like perfectly for. It works perfectly for M249 with normal, for instance. So we'll just have to swap out to that. At least with strikers. And also, it's very easy to proficient. You can just buy 20 of them. If you want to skip it, you can just buy 20 from Cassie once you have it, once you have one. And just donate them. What are you guys doing there? Oh wait, where's my marker? Oh, my marker's still there. Okay. I'm like, wait, wasn't this like right next door? Let's go clean up Brooklyn on this account. And yeah, so on main account, I'm having an issue that it seems has been going around, which is getting locked out of characters. They just basically, I have two characters where if I try to log in on them, they just Delta 4 out. And consistently, and just like I haven't been able to get on them at all. It's actually for the outro on this video, I wanted to go to the safe house bit, like the thingy, the where you start the last hunter. I wanted to actually go there and just have that be the background for it, but I couldn't load in on character 1 on that account, and that's the only one that has done the hunters. But that one's kind of not making me too happy. But also, I wanted to, on the weekend, start working on going through the build collection, but I kind of need access to the characters, which is...
Portable electronic device
But
detected.
yeah, it's weird that we're getting issues a week after. Oh, that's down. Okay. Yeah, let me catch up here. Do you prefer we watch YouTube live or Twitch? Whichever one you prefer to be on. That's why I stream to both. Some people like YouTube better, some people like Twitch better. For a lot of people as well. If you have premium, if you have YouTube Premium and you don't get ads over there, might as well watch over there. If you have like Twitch Prime and stuff, but like the other side may be more appealing. So it's more whichever one you prefer. For me, there's likely a difference between them, but I've never taken the time to figure out on my end if how much if a viewer is worth more here or there. This for me is still there is some money coming in from it, but it's also just all getting spent on apparel and pays for the DLCs multiple times. Just abusing it for those kind of stuff. And also, yeah, I don't need to have that income to live from or anything. It's just supplemental. So don't worry about that part. And hey there, not Eclipse. Wait, where is this? Oh, it's in here. Just trying to find the comment.
Is this for us? Yeah. Hoskins was getting tired of you.
I wonder if that name is made specifically division wise,
Too easy to fall into the water and too exposed to potential crossfire.
or if you already had it.
Safer.
What you running? Not Eclipse.
Future improvements.
Do you ever run Eclipse?
Perfect. Need to find concrete and
Do you
build a
break
mold.
the void?
Too hard to get one in with the equipment we have.
If we were back in Cali, we could just use an abandoned swimming pool.
You could, but you're not. And I'm fresh out of plane tickets to the West Coast. This is sick.
So what do you think the best piece of gear or exotic is with the DLC in the chat as well?
Thank you. It means a lot that you did this for us.
I mean, Tinker is gonna. Depends. Well, DLC or also season, because a Tinker in a little bit
And the pier. Use
is
the
gonna
park.
be pretty good.
Stay safe and try not to break your
The
leg
brand is
riding
going into
guardrails.
several builds, so that's more than we can say for like Shiny Monkey and other things. Because Eminence Armaments is is basically touching a lot of pistol builds.
Friendly control point nearby.
But yeah, exotic wise, this whole season, because Nimble, I think Nimble is just too clunky. I'd just rather use a med pack. You could see it in PvP, but in PvE, I don't think it's that useful. Pakan is okay, especially since the buffs that they gave it, but it's still not great. It's just okay. Tinker is going to be pretty awesome, but that's waiting to happen still. Catalyst is currently broken. It is not giving its full bonus, at least not on the weapon damage end. It seems to be giving just one stack. It's giving 2 weapon damage instead of 24 weapon damage. So that's not great. Once that one gets fixed, I think for OD, that's actually not a bad mask. Although Coyote is just more still as well. But you do get damage-wise, and then, yeah, you do get the status effect for a little bit more. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting piece that lacks really good builds for it. And actually, yeah, the gear set is decent, but gear set as well is not going to displace like FI. FI is still the king of healing. And here I'm just running on the edges of the map and I'm just getting the fog of wariness going away. It's also why we're just running around on normal. Not here to murder stuff. And in a little bit, we'll hop on over to hardcore. Oh, okay. This area opens. The gates open. Is this gate also open? Ah, okay. Nice. Was that in when you're coming here saving Kendall, like this gate is closed? Also, that's funny. So model wise, these 2 gates. Imagine if like this length, right? This length is, because there's a one this size. Normally there's a different gate to use for that, but they've placed these gates here. If you close that, right? If you close 2 of these sides, there's still like a gap, humongous gap in the middle. These gates don't actually fit here. But yeah, it doesn't matter because they're open anyway. But just funny. And now we're going past where we fought Mary yesterday. We made it quite late yesterday as well. And yeah, let me catch up here. So long. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna guess. That's not just you had such a reaction to the first time you ran Eclipse that you were like, never again, to a degree that I'm gonna change my name to. I am curious though, whenever you load into like Matchmate or something and somebody's running Eclipse and they see that name, if they're like, wait, does this guy just like want me to run something else? Confusion happening. And yeah, I crashed Osprey. I wonder how this happened. It looks like it's been hit by a missile. That missile looks to be shot at us. Well, us. different character technically, of course. By LMB and Keener. How weird. And it's weird actually that they don't allow us access to this sewer. This is the sewer where you start the prologue kind of thing. But yeah, now we can't access it. But yeah, just getting them fogs of war. Yeah, so we got a little snippet there. It's annoying at nighttime. It's kind of hard to tell. Well, as well, the game should actually... It isn't doing it. But yeah, like I have kind of like all this edge to do. Does it show Dumbo 100%? Yeah, it does show Dumbo as having no more fog. Okay, that's good. Actually, on the other character, I still like don't have that. Indeed, and that's also, yeah, that's why I stream both platforms.
Weird to think about how often I walked over that bridge.
So that whoever wants to can basically, when they changed the policy, like a while back with Twitch. You weren't allowed to dual stream before that. People were doing it already, and then they kind of just opened it up to like, hey, it's fine. But then technically as well, the chat on screen wasn't allowed, but now they've basically gone all through and just gone like, screw it. Do what you want. Oh, the female gunner led striker hardwire danger break. Maybe you get the skill cooldown restriction of perfect streamline. I mean, first of all, yeah, you wouldn't want just 3-piece striker. Like you can extract a lot more from a few brand bonuses. I mean, yeah, if you just want to do a thing, but at that point as well, you would be better off still using your skills. If you're going hardwired already. Because also with, you would actually even be better off with 4-piece, like from, even if that's like the intent of the build, you would be better off with 4-piece hardwire to have the backpack, because the backpack is the thing that like reduces the cooldown the most.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
But from a practical sense, a pragmatic sense, yeah, giving up too much on the build is just giving up too much on the build. There's a point where, yeah, just trying to make the talent work, yeah, you've broken everything else. Yeah, so let's see if we can find this little corner. What are the options of exotic mass from last mission? I done over 20 runs and still no luck. We don't have exact numbers. We don't have data mine numbers or anything. But we can guess, and we can guess because everything else is on heroic 7%. So likely it's the same. Because generally it's for all of the other things that are specific drops that kind of work in the same way. It's 1% on normal, 2% on hard, or 3% on hard. So, you know, gaps of 2. So 3% on hard, 5% on challenging, and 7% on heroic. That's how most of them work. So we can kind of guess that that's the same here. Doesn't per se mean that it is, but that's the best we can guess. And that means it's a 1 in 14 on average. But yeah, the way that averages work is annoyingly, that could mean still 70. Hopefully not in your case, but it could. Wow, it could be infinite technically. But on average, you know, an asshole getting it on the first run, for that to keep the average on 14, another person, like the person on the other end, is gonna have to get it after 27 runs. All right, so. But I keep at it on a long enough timeline, you know, you'll get it. Be sure also to get the world names. The world names seem to have a drop chance for it as well. So going around and every 30 minutes, going around and getting... Basically, yeah, whenever you come out of the mission, go get one of the named groups. There's an easy spawn if you go fast travel to here and just head north a little. That's one of their spawns. So if they can spawn, they usually do. So make sure to get them because they likely have a 5% chance, which is, you know, what Lady Death and stuff used to be. Also, again, we don't know it, but
I guess.
it's a reasonable guess.
My dad wasn't the greatest role model, and
It's an
I've never been
educated
with someone long enough
guess.
to have that conversation, but I guess we're on different timelines now. You know, I used to think you needed to be with someone for 3 years before you had this talk.
You're not ready, I can be a single mom. Wouldn't be the first, probably wouldn't be the last.
Are you pregnant?
Yes?
We're having a baby.
I'm having a baby, and if you want to be part of that, you're welcome to. But I've got no delusions about who you are and what you've signed up to do. Your job is dangerous, and your mind is equally dangerous when you're bored. Being a dad, that's a full-time job, especially with no family around to help us out.
We have a family. They aren't blood, but we are family.
Sure, but I don't want to be disappointed, and I don't want this kid to have a fair weather dad. Either you're here and committed, or you walk away, but the back and forth in and out of a kid's life, that's harder. Stable and normal is consistent. Better to have no dad than a part-time dad.
I love you. I want to be full-time. If you'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
It's a cute chat. Come over to these guys. I love that's the... I always love the... just murder these guys so we can shoot at the thing. And I always love the swings. There's also one of these in like... in Zoo and a few other places as well, but maybe just... Fun thing is as well is you can impart momentum and stuff on it, so if you just keep shooting it... It's just... Whee! This goes. Gonna shoot the rope. Well, I mean you can. It does actually give hit markers, but... Oh well, not hit markers, but it gives puffs of smoke, but... I don't think you can shoot it down or anything. It's just physics object. There's one of these in Zoo already as well. We've seen it before. There's also actually, yeah, there's one like south of the White House in a little area. Strong heroic with trajectories on friend. Don't play this man from the first round. Well, blame him. Because of him, it's gonna drop on run 28 for you. Yeah. He took your chances. But that kind of goes like that sometimes. But yeah, be sure to go and get the world names in between as well. Increase, you know. They're an easy way to increase your numbers of chances. I know, they respawn every 30 minutes. So just go and kill them every 30 minutes. The rope is a cable. So actually the rope, if you watch it in the, I mean that's like just, you know, game laziness, but the rope is actually just spinning at the same, it's a, you know, it's not actual physics object, it's just a solid object that's kind of going at the same speed as everything else, kind of. So, but that's just game making for you. Oh, hey. That took this with it as well. Okay. Hey, so on this character, I have everything uncovered. Because actually on character 1, on main account, I still don't have everything uncovered. You know what, let's go get... Do I have any more question marks? I was already starting to, like, get question marks off my map. So yeah, let's go get this question mark off the map.
Supply drop detected.
No, it's an order. I didn't actually mark it. Get our head in the tire. I feel that's a good way to you know, lose a hardcore. Funny would that be if you just accidentally get yeeted by it? But yeah, it doesn't actually interact. It doesn't impart force onto the character of the player. It's the same as well for some of the other ones. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we got their Brooklyn kind of cleaned up. Should just reset the map and start also getting some of the red ones and stuff. Is there anything else I wanted to do quickly here?
Friendly control.
Let's maybe actually, yeah, let's maybe take it to some hardcore in. We're not gonna hardcore, although we could actually as well. Does anyone want to take a hardcore through Brooklyn at some point? But also, I still have a lot of like the other one to level, kind of. I wouldn't mind you, yeah. We might do that a little bit with the 3 times XP. Because this character, we got them to 40 not too long ago. And they still don't have their, like, their specializations filled in or anything, so...
Priority objective
I wouldn't mind getting
available, agent.
some of that in, because yeah, their specializations are still pretty empty.
Agent,
I wouldn't mind
need to
getting
debrief
some of
with
these,
Schaefer.
you know, maxed
Kelso had
out.
to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Because one thing I did as well on this character already is a little bit of Woni, but I didn't do all of Woni. I think actually by starting Woni, it takes away the other thing, right? Yeah. What is this yellow one? Because normally this would be a manhunt one? Or maybe it's but no, liberation would be like those. It would be normal. What? That's an odd one. Also, actually, I should do a scat. Actually, yeah, let's do that first on that other character real quick. I wanted to also just make sure I can log into this one. Now let's do the scats first. I was like, I totally forgot I want to get that in there, and if I don't do it now, I'll forget. So let's do the scats first, and then we'll go level up that hardcore. So, can I explain cover, out of cover, behind cover, for firing? This is out of cover? Yes. So cover specifically whenever any like our talents or you know enemy target in cover kind of things. Do we have a target practice actually on the map? Although I don't think this character's world has any green on it. Actually, a little bit. Because yeah, we need a target practice to start with. Let's actually take the world to heroic. Because yeah, let's do quickly the. Let's do quickly the this. But yeah, we need the target practice for this one. Which sometimes the target practice never start on the map, but they will spawn in, and even on a fully red map, they will. There's a few places it can. But we'll likely need to wait for it. So I'm just like, can we do anything in the meantime? Invaded stronghold. Manning. Is Manning invaded? Can we overlap those two? No. bank DCD and man, that takes way too long. Although the UA is also this. Okay. Let's just go capture. Let's go capture this. This area can have target practices. Where else is target practice common? Full kind of this zone. What is it? Let's maybe capture control point or two. Let's go capture tunnel. Maybe I should bump it up to 5 directives. And yeah, let's see how that goes. Also, yeah, let's see. So is Rangers just okay? So here it does let me select that. So sometimes it doesn't let you select it. Is the deal. It doesn't actually just turn on. Just to see. Okay. Now people are saying go to a different map, right? And then turn it on. Let's see if that works. But yeah, cover is literally the actually pressing the button and being in cover. The enemy has a counterpart to that as well. So they have animations that are specifically in cover.
Detected.
And in our case, for all of the talents and stuff, you have to actually be, attached to cover.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
By button press.
Not here.
And yeah, standing, if you're standing back here and kind of shooting, out there, which I oftentimes do. Okay, so yeah. Swapping maps and then turning it on work there. There's no target practice in New York at all, is there? I don't remember ever seeing target practices in New York. I haven't actually seen any in Brooklyn either. So far.
Safe area entered.
But it's kind of over time you learn what the especially for enemies, what their animation is when they're attached to cover and not.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Yeah. Now let's go capture Ivy Tunnel. Let's actually see how well this goes. As this season, actually, this is the... Oh, wait, so it's not working in DC? Is that it? Or do I need to... No, turn it back on. Intergeneration. Yeah, it's indeed. Let's see, actually. Nope, still 4. Let's turn... Wait, now I'm curious. Is it just on in... Wait, let's do this. Actually, let's start turning it on there. Actually, it shows Gavin's skills there even on. Like in that visual thing there. Okay, so nothing's on. Let's go to New York. Does it just not work in DC? Is that it? I've seen people in DC with 5 directors. Did I know Kelso had to go? No. Why didn't anybody tell me? What's Manny doing?
Safe area.
Who can say? Who can say? Okay, so Ragers is on here. So what if I turn off Ragers here?
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Did you guys hear a thing? I didn't hear a thing. I think it's the wind, right? Okay, so we turn it off in here. Let's go back to DC. As we troubleshoot this. Indeed. So attached to cover is the cover. If I'm attached to cover, but aiming and shooting, is that considered out of cover? No, no, no. So it's same for the enemy. If they're attached to, it's just that. So if they're shooting or throwing grenades, or you're throwing grenades, or shooting, or using skills or whatever, as long as you're attached to that cover, everything counts as in cover. But then the reason we're kind of okay with it, especially on the enemy end, is enemies, you shoot them once, twice, they usually get staggered out of it. We don't, right? We only get staggered out of it if an explosion or something happens. But enemies get staggered out of it pretty easily. And the second they kind of detach from the cover, detox comes back in. But any action taken while attached to cover, is fine. In Brooklyn is not working too? Yeah. Wonder, is there now as well? Yeah. So I'm curious actually though. Let's now go back to these New York. And if we see 4 or if we see 5. Well, some 4 or 5 notice as well if it's just 4.
Safe area
I guess
detected.
it's off here as well. I remember I just to try as well.
Kelso had to go.
Brooklyn.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Let's try a few things and then see if we. Because I think this has already been figured out, but I haven't yet. I haven't ran directives yet this season. Been way too busy just running around.
Safe area entered.
So here,
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
you know,
Said it
let's
was safer for us
even
if she's
turn
not
it
here.
to. Because also with the other one, I saw for a second it had Scaven skills even. Here, I'm guessing something's breaking with that. It's kind of the combination of that. The Journey 7 video, I can get the level 5 stuff to proc. That one's actually pretty easy. I can explain it in a second. Let me catch up here for a second as well. Oh, and thank you so much, Stan, for subscribing there. I was like, I missed something there. And yeah, thank you so much for your contributions. Think about starting a hardcore character. What are the benefits of making the hardcore character on my main account, character 4, versus starting a new profile and just doing my hardcore on that? You do get account shared resources and such. So not per se like these resources, but the rest of the resources you can account wide share. That can make it easier. Kind of depends on if you want that or not, because especially, you know, these kind of resources, having the ability to just once you reach level 30, you can have the account shared resources. Plus, you can have account shared blueprints, which of course makes it a little easier as well. So you don't have to grind them all out again. That's really the big parts that carry over on one account. So if you're, you know, if you want to have a real fresh start, then go the other route. But otherwise, yeah, you would want it on. In my case, I feel for a hardcore, it's kind of nice to have kind of soft core in place and a normal characters in place so that you can have that support structure. What about mods? The weapon mods and stuff through blueprints, but yeah, no, not the like every inventory and such. Like if you mean these kind of mods, yeah, no. But yeah, the blueprints, having all the blueprints, for instance, you had to craft the weapon mods and such on the hardcore. Makes it so much easier to start with. So here it doesn't turn on. So again, turning it on, but then this time by itself. So it just turns on in New York in my case. Yeah, so let's actually go see if it still turns on in New York in my case. Some resources, weapon mods, etc. Yeah. Although, well, not the weapon mods themselves, but the blueprints for them. Basically, everything that you get through blueprints.
Safe area detected.
Because yeah, the weapon mods that you just because
Agent,
you
I need to
you craft
debrief
them
with
through
Schaefer.
here
Kelso
originally.
had to go. Said it was
That's
safer
been
for us
for
if
a lot
she's
of
not
us a
here.
long time ago, of course. Yeah, let's see. Does this turn on here? A bunch of low levels here. I see a lot of fresh faces. Okay, now it doesn't want to turn on here either. You know what? It's fine. I'll see what others have puzzled out already. Let's go back here. Let's do let's take what we can and just go with that. How's that? So journey 7, yeah. Let me because that part actually, so I haven't tried this yet, but somebody was saying you can cheese it. Let's see actually in a bit. That once you're tier 5 and all of this, if you just equip,
Said it was safer for us if she's
if
not
you
here.
change your build to go from all red to all blue or something, that it's no longer recalculating each time. So it used to it did that in the PTS, but you can basically just swap to full red builds and then like blue build and you get another like in this and this, and then you go to a yellow build, you get one in this and this. So you can kind of cheese it like that. But even without that, having a full red build and then using the assault link whenever it's off cooldown. So just not the assault link. So being a red build and then using tech link or security link, because this sets it to 5 and then it drops back down again after, right? So if you're running a full red build and you trigger this, you take stamina to 5. And then after that, it goes on cooldown and, you have to wait it out again. And then you can keep hitting it like that, basically AFKing through it. Well, let's actually see. Let's reach tier 5 and everything. I think my picks are not correct there. I did the turret drone thing and the skill thing and stuff yesterday. So that's why those are low. Yeah, let's take 5, but it'll be 4, of course. Although, watch it work now suddenly for no reason. Yeah, 4. That's fine though. But yeah, so it can turn on, but because we definitely had it on there in New York for a second. But I'm trying to like remember what the order of operations was when we did that. So. Because here, for instance, I'm running a memento, so we're not gonna get credit towards that. But actually, yeah, once I'm at 5 tiers, let's see. Actually, people were saying you can just switch builds and just keep switching builds till you get it. Like every time your loadout changes, it just stays there.
Reinforcements
And
incoming.
I'm gonna call for backups here, or call for reinforcements. I was doing it so far away that these guys are actually not aggro to me yet. They're aggro to those guys. Like they don't care about me yet. Thing we have to watch out for is we have the reduced ammo thing, which of course hurts quite a bit. Which also means I shouldn't be reloading much, but also there's an ammo box over there. So I'm just gonna go live next to it. Also, I'm gonna make sure that I use my ACS first. One way, of course, to deal with reduced ammo as well is just OD. Is really good for that. It's even easier than Pistolero because you don't even need to start, you know, with getting that like original kill, which you generally do with either skills or the pistol. With OD, you just, you know, once you just make sure you have your bleed bullets going, and then it's kind of. Oh, did the sense rotate? You could check that as well. Yeah, nice ender. Let's make an oxy build if one of your shores is not full of sense. You have this one. That's good stuff. Well, always happy to hear. Actually, yeah, we did do a. I'm like, wait, I did short on the oxy ending here. Yeah, that one's still completely up to date.
Incoming hostiles detected.
It does require 2 like unicorn kind of pieces, but that's likely what you're still hunting, right? Because it doesn't need a contractors with skill or a fox's prayer with skill damage. And I'm just trying to not touch the reload button too much. With ammo hoarders, every time you reload, you drop whatever... oh, did they spawn there? What? Or they haven't even spawned yet. You drop whatever was left in the mag. So if you're hitting reload, you're losing that ammo anyway. Might as well shoot it.
One by one, the division fall.
What? Yeah, here with 3 rounds. Is all blue, then assault lane did not get credit. Make sure that, so especially what is important is that the other cores aren't in there. So if you're using all blue, but it's like with Memento, like Memento has all 3 cores, right? So, or Ninja Bike. But if you are, yeah, for instance, on a full yellow build or a full blue build, yeah, hitting Assault Link should give you one stack. What's this build? I'm just running a Heartbreaker Tech Tank. I can link it in a second. Otherwise, basically the Memento 4-piece Heartbreaker with a Cheska piece. This is kind of my go-to solo build. Playstyle kind of thing, and this season as well it can actually deal with 5 directives, which is kind of nice. Otherwise, it's not doing anything for the ammo directive, so the ammo directive is just you gotta know where the ammo boxes are. And also I'm gonna make sure I use both my AR and my shotgun. One thing I could do is actually give up the shotgun, more so on the striker tech thing. I can give up the shotgun to have like an SMG plus AR.
Really needed your help back there.
Is that it? Thank God.
They didn't know who.
And we're just capturing this, kind of letting the world breathe for a second, because I need a targeted. I need a target practice is the thing that I actually need. And none have spawned yet. But yeah, let's make some of the control points where a target practice can spawn green, and then hope for the best. It's the most we can do. Yeah, let me actually link to you, because this is 5.15. I'll put it in the YouTube chat too. So I'm currently running. Why is it again full I forget the guy's name, Drax Was it Drax? What is this build? How is this build? Why is this build? And I capture this. This is a common place where one can spawn. Let's go capture this, because this is also a common place one can spawn. Although in both of those places it can spawn even without it being green. Oh yeah, the Memento on Busco, yeah, that would do it. Yeah, that's basically the thing. It needs to. It's not that it needs to be a full blue build. It's that it needs to have not a red cores when you're triggering assault, or not the yellow cores when you're triggering tech link. I think for that one. Let's actually see though. So am I 5 on everything? No, I'm 4 on. Let's do this control point too. Let's see if we reach 5 on everything, and then let's see if what. If this cheese people were talking about is you know, cheesable. Well, definitely reaching tier 5. There's plenty here. There being enemies on this side. This is an extra patrol or something. Must be. Yeah.
You just want to be close to me?
I want to use that, get all our stacks in. It just barely hit me. That rusher means that's an extra patrol there as well. Annoyingly here, the ammo box is inside there. I'm actually not going to call them in, make this 2 fights. I'm also not sure if that's not a convoy or anything. Oh, I incidentally completed a priority objective. I didn't even know I had.
Priority objective available.
Oh, hi.
Civilians in distress.
Hello there, darling. Sudden heavy out of nowhere. Was also, yeah, with ammo orders on, they don't drop any ammo. Nobody drops ammo. Just the box. Which actually, yeah, looking at the boss fight in the army terminal, there isn't an ammo box actually in that boss room. They kind of forget. Which makes ammo hoarders extra painful there. And hey there, Randy. Which cast, yeah. That definitely works as I got my 4 now. Okay. Oh yeah, then that will likely work here. I don't have anything that is full blue though, I think. Let's actually see it in action. Because I'm on 5 on everything. Let's just stand here. This is a full red build. Actually, let's track it so we can more easily see it. So if we track this, so I'm on, although this would be then the other two. So I'm on 1 out of 50 on the other two. If I go to a full red build. Okay, no. So this way it doesn't work, right? Yeah. So here it recalculated. Because yeah, somebody was saying this works, which I'm gonna guess maybe under certain circumstances, but not just by this. But yeah, using the active is kind of the way to go then. But yeah, not while running Memento.
Civilians in danger.
Or did you mean this one? then is there saying switching gear loadouts?
Reinforcements.
Because definitely you can just use the actives. That worked.
Detecting
That definitely
additional
works.
hostile contacts.
Oh, actually, oh, on the build it put me back on full 5s here, which it definitely also wouldn't be on. Wait, does it remember how much you had on each loadout or something? Can you get multiple loadouts to 5 and then switch between them? Is that the trickery there?
We have to kill this bastard. Over there, behind that cover. Get out! You need to leave us.
Or maybe if it's just a full red build, that might also make a difference.
You don't scare me. Close the deck.
If it's on the red build, then the other ones are low anyway. Here, maybe it's dropping the amounts that I'm losing. That might be it, right?
Ammo.
I'm giving up the memento, so now it's dropping those cores down. But if I was on a full red build, it wouldn't. That seems more reasonable. Kept switching between full blue and full red and give me the switch back to full red. Ah, okay. Yeah, likely it's not checking what you have on the new build, it's checking what you're losing. And then with a memento on this build, it's losing on the other cores. So let's try it indeed in a sec with the red. But then yeah, it still has like extra steps indeed.
It's either us
Not hard
or
extra
them.
steps, so it's kind of fine. Because I definitely in the PDS remember like swapping builds here and there and like going like, hey, does it actually keep us at full? Can we like charge it all up on a red build and then swap to an Eclipse or something? But that didn't work.
I'm gonna use that cover to go.
Civilians in distress.
You would lose some of the red.
Heavily armored hostile.
But that is still then in line with, yeah, that it's checking just what you're losing and not what you're...
They're definitely here.
That control point officer will never know how close to death he was. Although he still might pay the price.
Moving up on their flank. We did it.
Okay. Yeah. Let's try for that then, but let's then drop all these directives. I don't want to run around the world with fragile armor and a red build. Oh shit, I should have checked first. I realized that. Right as I did, I was like, wait, wasn't I doing this all just for those things? Yeah, no. I'm very smart.
Supply room access unlocked.
Which is the objective was a requirement to be exactly 4 and not over. Sorry, what? I don't think that is that. I don't think you have to be 4 in all of them at once. I would have never had that one completed. But which one are we talking about? Are the reach tier 4 in all attributes at once? One? Because that's not the one I'm caring about at all here. This is the reach 5 in like the specific ones without the other ones. Because that tier 4 one, I'm pretty certain you don't need to be just tier 4s. Because I would have never gotten it that way. The tech tanks are all reaching tier 5 first on gun before like the others kind of
Location guarded by
start
hostiles.
filling up. I should grab some ammo. Let's just run a red striker here. Because that one as well, I already have 12 into.
I'm coming, wherever you are.
This gun is just barely reached Journey 7, so I haven't had it up for long. Now, let's get everything to 5 and let's see if that... As if we went from... If we went from... Okay. And then, like, considering how I've gotten 12 into it.
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
Because the tech tank's basically always just... The 5 fills up first. Unless something goes weird. Like, definitely by the time the yellow is 4, my... firearms is 5. So, hasn't been my experience, at least, with that. Yeah, I don't want to do a control point per se. Anything here. Let's just do some activities here. Let's reach 5. Just want to roll for don't open inventory, equip and equip one. Yep. Oh, every time you unequip and re-equip one, it cancels it. Ah, okay.
Put down your weapon and let's see what wins out.
Yeah, let's see. But then also, yeah, then you can just use attack link if you can choose it that way. Because while it is up, it is of course, yeah. It is of course sad.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah, it loses and gains as you do it, of course. Even though it's not actually gaining or losing. Because I want to actually hear.
Wait to get back to the settlement.
I don't know, we would lose the underlying number. So yeah, no, it wouldn't. So yeah, you need to have the thing up, right? Well, let's do that actually. Which one do I have up? Assault link, so we can actually. Let's try this. It would be nice if actually. Go away. I don't want that one. Let's see the other one. Showing like everything else. Go to the thing I'm tracking. There we go. Yeah, so we did like 7 there. Okay, so that's how to do it then. To cheese it. Yeah, then that one's very cheesable like that. Good to know. I likely won't though. Although I will on this account, but I likely won't on main account. I'll just run around and hit the actives. Go down before emptying the mag when that causes measures to be less effective. Not per se. Measure its first half, at least on Striker. It depends on the build and how much total weapon damage and weapon damage there is. But generally, the first half of measured is actually the better part of measured. So, actually reloading early is, like, yeah, it is a detriment to strained. It is a detriment to optimist, but actually on measured, there's also not too big of a gain because both sides are like not too far off each other. But the first half is still a little bit higher than the second half, at least for Striker, or at least for Obliterate Striker specifically as well with total weapon damage. I think actually for normal Striker as well, just because the rate of fire is there. Who's in this game? Every game has a lot of bugs, but also this is, yeah, we can cheese it in this way. Like that's not a, that is that's the easier one. Let's go with this. Yeah, let's actually, so I'm on 23. Let's see actually how many we can get in one go. So. Especially if you just macro this would go even faster. Makes a sound when it's out, right? How many did we do there? Oh, actually, only one counted there. Wait, what was I on earlier? Or do you have to go out of the menu there? Because no, that one just counted one. I thought that was actually way lower than, but, or was it? Also, yeah, this is not my objective. Let's actually look for, oh, target practices, nice. This was just the sidetrack. Maybe I need to back out for it. But usually, no, it recalculates usually when you swap the piece of gear. Let's see here. Let's try again. Because yeah, I'm full yellow. When I hit it, we get one, and then let's just do one more. So, oh, it needs to go to red and then back. That's what is happening. It's going to blue. It's not actually dropping on there. Oh, okay. So I need to go to red and back. So I need to go to the color of that and then back. Now we know. I changed the link first, no, but in this one I was going from, but then yeah, that was right because I thought it was on like 17 or something before now. So we went from that to 23 and that to 33. But apparently we need to have the color that we're on. I'm going the wrong way. Let's go over there. Oh, that one sucks. Why did it have to be this one? Especially at night. That one's unblow-upable. Same there.
Friendly control point detected.
Oh. Oh, this already failed. Let's take it in.
We could all shoot like that. We could take DC right now.
Let's actually just do this while we're waiting. Yeah, 46. Could have actually even gotten more. Let's actually grab a gun. For a second. I don't know. cam, of course. Forgot that that whole part also exists there. The time kind of carries over. Every time you finish a round, you get like 5 seconds added to it. But then, like on that one, losing so much time on that first one, let's not. As lately as well here. This one always sucks.
That's pretty impressive.
Because some of them are kind of, yeah, behind the fire like that. Also, humongous lights in my face. Gotta love those. At least in nighttime, you have kind of the orange hue around them. Which does actually help a little bit. Although it kind of gets obfuscated by fire like that.
That's incredible. How'd you do that?
Yay. Finally got the scout done. Two caffeine bars.
Start moving the sooner we're finished.
So with the switches, we're cheesing the firearms thing. Although actually, I'm on this character's just started on Journey 7, so this account has just started on Journey 7, so. But that gets you while the tackling is up, so I'm gonna equip again. Let's just do a fire instead, maybe. Actually, is this just use? Oh no, this was, you had to actually get healed by it, right? Wait, does this work? I wish the tracking system was just always tracking. Okay, so this just counts as well for use armor repairing skills. As long as you're getting healed, a heal tick by it, likely. Healing Hive doesn't automatically heal you, but yeah, this thing. And then yeah, let's hit T again. Because when we do that and then go like a red, yellow, where, you know, each time we're doing that, we're getting likely there I already have it. Or maybe that was something else. Let's just be sure I'm saying this a lot. Okay. So we did that one. Let's actually swap this to stamina. Security link. Actually, yeah, let's see if we can make it. Let's see if we can do 50 in one go. I'm actually curious now. Let's just if I use it as well. Ah, okay. Maybe. What else do we have? Repair trap. Healing seeker. Because the hive doesn't seem to count. But no, so because that was eight already. But then the thing to do is just have. Let's go. Just save fast for a second. Does it count if you're getting damage, or is it just a use? Because I don't think it matters if it's. Oh, the healing hive would then trigger. Yeah, we could try. Also, yeah, I did. Why am I on this? Why am I on this mode? I'm here to do the scats. Let's get on track. Oh yeah, so in the White House zone. So we need to go kill him there. I'll do a little bit of cheese on the way, but actually I'm not, this is not what I'm after right now. But I am curious actually if that makes a difference. I guess if the skill does get triggered, it does count. But then also, yeah, I can just do that while I'm getting shot at. I'll likely die here, but just for science. Hey, be mad at me.
Party! It's my time to shine. What? This asshole's time!
Immediate medical
It
assistance.
would be nice if it tracked the thing that I told it to track. Oh, we're on 9 or something, right? Well, I don't think this is actually making a difference on this.
Hey! They're coming around the side!
Okay, yeah, so that's not actually, that skill isn't counting at all. Seems, at least not on me. But yeah, the just using it seemed enough. I didn't even need to stand in it or get healed by it or anything like that. So because also what we could do for that is just actually, I wonder, so if there are blockages on the range, because the range of course has high haste. So you see that okay, they've put something in place here where nothing from the journey counts there. That's interesting. But we could just run Hermano actually and just, you know, get much faster chems out if we really wanted to cheese it. Let's get back to the thick tank.
Good to see you.
And let's go murder some Trusons here in the White House zone. Forgot how annoying this is during 3 times. I haven't played at all during 3 times or 5 times the last few times. So I thought, yeah, there's a global event next week with Division 1. Otherwise I would be playing Division 1. No. But I kind of want to save it for then. I'm kind of in the mood for other games at the time being.
Looking to deal?
Oh, let me catch up. We need to choose this. Actually, a hardwired indeed would. Although I think actually Hermano with like a haste build would be faster per charge than resetting it. Although you could just have hardwired with haste and then Hermano on top. go the fastest.
Your business is appreciated.
Don't need that one. Trusons, you say? Let's go murder some Trusons. Harvest. So from the to test, technically the highest damage, but it's 4 shots to max damage. Can't kill elite on 2nd shot without crits. I mean, depends on what the build actually is. Because there's like, you have the Headhunter's Fury version with Ninja, and then you have the other one. On the high end, what setup would it be that you can't? Because that's the point of the high end with Vigilance, especially. The 2nd shot, as long as you have Vigilance. Because that's the same actually for Headhunter's Fury. Is as long as you have
Serious trauma detected.
thinking about this and not what I'm doing here. But it's just a big cap gain, especially. Break for some G's. I'd rather just finish up the scout here and let's swap to the hardcore and actually spend some time there. Why don't you take the hardcore through Brooklyn? Let's maybe do that. Let's do the starting parts of that. Oh, that's the other hardcore that I'm gonna do it on because I want to kind of level the other one up a little. Or maybe we just spend the time to get the first hardcore kind of through Brooklyn. I'm just gonna do it on normal. Like there's no way. There's no reason to do it on heroic. Per se. It's also, I think, the very first time we have a 3 times and such without a global event, isn't it? It's weird that they've separated that out now. Keep using pack. Oh, for the, but that's not that one, Magus. Unless that counts as a healing skill. There's the other one for use repair kits, but that one wasn't hard either. I just used up repair skill kits whenever I was even, you know, tiniest bit damaged. Especially with how the system works when you don't have any med packs at all. Every other enemy just drops one. So if you just keep it on 0, you're kind of fine.
We just lost someone.
Incoming hostiles detected.
I'll kill you with my bare hands.
That's your bare hands. Do it with your gun. LMG dude with red, kind of dangerous.
Key detected.
This one's still the other way around, isn't it? Yeah. Still needs to be flipped. Let's actually track this. That's not very relaxing. Oh, if you wanna, I assumed you were like, because if you just want to boost in hardcore, I can help there. I assumed you were just wanting to do it like solo. What's that? Super blacked after last time, yeah.
God damn it.
Access key detected.
Well, there'll be another 3 or 4. I'll likely just go after the control point. Places ARs as well.
They're almost on me. Not now.
Manual override required.
Exotiques we get along the way as well. Sure, turned on back some directives actually. We had them off for just testing there. But I'm too lazy to go back and do that, so. We don't need a full control point, but also there's not really anything else here. To bear arms indeed. All those poor bears just living their life armless just because these people and the right to their arms.
They really want me dead.
Let me get out of the way. I need to stack up better. I should totally repair that turret indeed. God damn it. It's railing. There we go. First these guys also join. Why wouldn't they? Wait, where did this... What? He foamed me and then he ran away. Okay. Tactical genius. A little bit out of optimal range. Just a little bit. Tiniest bits.
Heavily armored hostile.
Let me actually get some headshot kills. Should I aim high? It's from one of the early journeys. Ow. Oh, she has red.
Needed.
Well, that's a lot more damage. Also, she's in there. That was like closer to double damage, but also, yeah, she wasn't named, so it's likely more the reason there. Did we capture this thing? I mean, we've captured half of it. Might as well capture all of it. Let's get some ammo. And let's wake everybody up.
Reinforcements incoming.
And hey,
Detecting
Montana.
additional hostile contacts.
Foam and dip, indeed.
Come get some. We lost a soldier.
We're about to lose another. We're also about to lose a turret. Where did your owner go? Accidental shot there. Kill that guy first and then finish that guy off. Oh. Oh! I forgot actually, yeah. The last step is, on that is liberate true sun control points, right? We accidentally did the thing on purpose. Let's go get our rewards here. Caught up on the scats. Not sure what's here. Oh. I've looted 2 items in total so far. What is it? These are done, but yeah, this one's still. But also, it's the second week. I'm not in a hurry.
Supply room access.
On this account, especially. Yeah, let's take it back to. Actually, yeah, let's take. Did the scent rotate? No, right? It's gonna rotate tomorrow.
Combat simulation
After
program
tomorrow, actually.
active.
Yeah. Because it rotated Wednesdays. Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Because gluttony, no thank you. I wouldn't mind actually trying to get the Nemesis patch if we get an envy or such. And then maybe even trying to get an early 40 instead of a very late 40 this season. Completed Brooklyn with, at this point, 5. So basically the 4 characters of main account and this character, the main character of second account.
Looking for something?
Actually, any streamline?
Nice
I should
doing
end
business
it
with
with
you.
this. Let's go to library and check. Because I need to load up this account, of course, as well with those. But yeah, we caught up on the scouts. How far into the season track am I? Season pass. 47. On this one I haven't bought like level skips, but of course, yeah, we're getting less XP now, although of course not season XP. That's not tripled. What's my highest loop solo? Somewhere in the mid 30s. I think 38 is my highest solo. I've only done like past 40 in groups. But solo is actually kind of hard. Past 30. Yeah, which one do we do? Do we go maybe do Brooklyn? But this a character already has done Woni. At least they have done Woni, right? I think. Or do we just level up this one a little just to get them specialization? Yeah, let's just do Brooklyn. Floor 8, loop 8, yeah. Yeah, I think, well, if it's still the same. I don't know if somebody's gotten it already. But yeah, I've gotten it like the last few seasons, but...
Agent, priority objective
But yeah, you have to... if it is the same. Because they also kind of unannounced, like the change that it went that way was kind of unannounced as well. So. Yeah, let me take this setup. Then they have much better weapons than I. Well, also I don't mind the fall there. Not for this again. Let me actually just quickly check. This character has done full Woni, right? Oh yeah, likely. Let's just go there. Oh, actually, yeah. If they hadn't, well, I should have realized from that. If they hadn't, we wouldn't get this. Like, pick where you want to go. If you haven't done Woni yet, you just fast travel to Haven always because you're kind of in a special mode of there.
Safe area entered.
This one definitely because it doesn't have the keener manant.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Shut up, dude. But also, yeah, we're just gonna do it on normal. I'm not here to per se take chances. We're just gonna get them through. Just have
Safe
one of the
area
hardcores then.
detected.
And now actually on the other hardcore we might do it on heroic. And then that's also the other hardcore, so if I lose them, I don't care as much. It'll give me a reason to level up another one. We'll do it on heroic, and it's only really the Rat Queen fight. That's kind of dangerous, so... the other way.
Agent, we need you back in New York. Clear
And I
in
thought that
Brooklyn.
loop 8 is
We need
the
reinforcements.
the nemesis. You have to defeat the nemesis. You have to have the nemesis fight after loop 8.
Bell is ready to take
And
you
that
to
means
Brooklyn.
that you have to reach loop 8 with, you know, not reaching... You have to finish loop 7 without reaching 100%. Which means you, at most, get to pick 7 rooms below hard before reaching 8, percentage-wise. And basically, it's also just RNG because of that. You have no real say in the matter.
Agent, thank you for coming. We need to recover the
Although most of the time, I feel it's kind of like a 50-50.
pad near her last known location.
Helicopter sounds. And I just haven't seen.
Agent, please hurry. The cleaners have Candle and her security details surrounded.
Actually, you know what? Just seeing as we're gonna have some cutscenes again, should have actually done that here already. Just for in the cutscenes. One thing I like doing with the hardcores is just we go into the cutscenes wearing you know, full hunter gear. It just looks super weird. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. That's why I also don't wear the. Although actually, yeah, you can hide it with the thing, right? Does this one have a? Yeah, this one does have a. You can hide it a little bit with that. It's at least not as bad. But yeah, we'll be meeting Tio wearing this. I feel that's kind of fitting. Hey Tio, hey. Nice to meet ya. Should check actually that the world was set to normal.
Hostiles incoming.
This whole section is set to normal anyway. Oh yeah, this doesn't have it. I'm like, it's not pulsing, but it's not Heartbreaker, it's Striker.
Ally detected.
Oh yeah, and we get the Resident Evil door. This still cracks me up.
Ally in need of assistance.
Ally, you say?
Hostiles incoming. Ally status update. Deceased.
I mean, I got here as fast as I could.
He was just a kid. Candle security is no match for the cleaners. We need to get to Jess.
Hostiles incoming. Purple flame accelerant detected.
What are the cleaners up to?
What are the cleaners up to? Cleaning? Cleaning supplies? A couple of times, just kidding.
Path obstructed.
I mean, you don't need to. I still have them on a second character on this account. I will delete a lot of it. Because it would be nice as well if that character had some space, I can still use them for like mass crafting and stuff. Because if they have some decent amount of inventory space. I should check.
Zeke, come on! We need to get to the armory! Keep up! Come out of the sewer. They're on the street. You need to catch up with them. Candle security is not ready to fight the cleaners.
Let's grab some of these. Because I haven't actually played this character yet, of course. I think there are special keys called infrastructure keycards. Yeah, some people were talking about that with the daily and weekly bounties kind of things in there in Brooklyn. I don't think anybody like knows what they're for yet, right? Indeed. We'll blame the loading screen. That's why we were late to Brooklyn. And yeah, it should say hardcore Brooklyn. This isn't just Brooklyn. This is the hardcore Brooklyn.
Hoskins, come in. Hoskins. Jess, where are you? Locked in.
And this is kind of a good
crew is
area
trying to
they
stop the
picked
cleaners,
as the
but it's only a
starter
matter
for
of
it.
time. Help is on the way. Hold tight. Get to 1 Police Plaza. Jess is only safe as long as she has someone to protect her. Agent, please hurry.
Please
Hostile
hurry.
radio intercepted.
We can't have any loose ends.
Not even Dr. Candle?
More trouble than she's worth. What do we need with a virologist?
What do you need with a virologist?
Agent, I still can't reach Jess. Cleaners at 1 Police Plaza.
One
I got the
police
last
plaza.
security detail outside.
Good. The doctor's not going anywhere. You got an agent inbound.
Send everyone out to secure the site.
Yeah, send everybody out. Oh, did they spawn there? But they spawned there first. Yeah. What killed that guy? He was just sick of being alive.
Hoskins, they're gone. My security detail is gone. Why didn't you pick up? I was trying to stay quiet and not give away my position, but they knew. Help is on the way. Agent, you need to get inside now.
I mean, if you talked faster, I would be in here faster.
Dr. Candle located in the armory.
Danvers needs the helipad and the docks for his operation. Go secure on UHQ.
They wanted this as their HQ. Instead, it shall become their tomb. Oh wait, no, that's a different mission, right? The tombs.
Door status update. Unlocked.
Carrie locked me in the armory. She's dead, isn't she? Damn it. Thank you for coming, Agent.
Agent. Yeah, this character's world is set to normal, otherwise we wouldn't be getting purples here.
We need to exterminate the rats at the station.
Jess, stay put. It's safer
Wait,
in
there's
the
rats in the station? I'm afraid of
There are
rats.
cleaners in
Oh,
the
they're
courtyard.
talking about
We can't
us.
distract Jess until you secure the area.
We're the rats at this stage. There are 2 missions called Reservoir and Substation. I believe those keys will be for those. Okay. I'm gonna guess I know where Reservoir is. And that'll be cool if there is added things. There could also be just remnant cut content. That wouldn't be surprising either. You gotta remember,
Hostiles incoming.
there sometimes is stuff in the game that is... It was an idea, but didn't actually happen.
Target detected.
Healy. Well, heal this.
Target eliminated.
Healy, heal thyself. He failed.
Thank you, Agent. Escort Jess back to the bridge. I'll update your security clearance so the guards don't think you're hostile.
I mean, I get the feeling if I walk up in this, the guards will always think I'm hostile. Otherwise, they're pretty shitty guards, right? Like, if they see this and they go like, that's a friendly. The accommodations feel pretty good about something coming in the future and not being got. Oh, okay. If there's commendations, maybe for them as well, yeah. Yeah, maybe they've kept something behind for in the future. That would be interesting.
You made it.
Welcome to the bridge. Thank you for getting Jess back for us. Cleaners attacked a settlement in Long Island a couple weeks ago, but this is their first time in Brooklyn. We need to know what they're doing here. With Theo and DC, we need to prioritize the threats.
They're cleaning?
I'll let you know when we get a lead.
A little bit of fall cleaning. That's good. They're still keeping the longitude, latitude thing going for settlements. They didn't forget. And this place looks a little different when you haven't done the story stuff yet. And yeah. Hey there, Morale. Also, yeah, why do you have... I actually didn't notice that before. Why do you have that? Right? No, not gonna tell me? It's fine.
Thank you for getting Jess back. I really don't think we would have made it this far if we didn't have Candle keeping us healthy. Okay. Logistics and lodging.
I mean,
Truth?
like the skill
We're running
skin
short
black.
on beds,
Yeah,
but
although
I'll
they
find
seem
something
like
to
set
do.
on that,
Welcome
right?
to the
To
bridge.
add some stuff to it.
Look forward to working with you, Agent.
What agent did you kill for that? Likely it's Parnell's, right? Because Parnell has his watch kind of hanging on his side, but I don't think he has his... He doesn't have his relay thing. That because it's that. What she's wearing is like the thing that we have on our shoulder.
You ever get tired of rescuing the same people over and over again?
Nope. It's my favorite job. Oh no, actually that's
You know,
in
I thought I
Countdown
was gonna
somewhere.
be the
That's
hero.
right.
Save the world, destroy
My second favorite job.
science, but I keep ending up your damsel in distress. I guess we do what we're best at.
How does Flatline versus Killer stack up on an
Anyways, if you
SMG
need
Heartbreaker?
anything, we've got a
Killer
decent
is
medical
generally
now. We're no hospital,
so you
but
can
we've got
see
that
usually
fixed.
measured and
We're a step beyond.
Flatline are kind of head to head. Depends on the build a little bit as well, of course, but generally those two are pretty close to each other, and then Killer is like
Allied
a
distress
step
hull
above.
detected.
But of course, it needs to be active.
Cleaners attacked the clinic. They're burning everything.
That's why actually, so on the
Please, Agent, you
builds,
have to
like
hurry.
that's why I'm kind of fine with Flatline and stuff. Is just the consistency of them is what I prefer. As you know, especially like in some places, you have a boss, and that's all there is. You know, like later on here, we'll be doing the H5 thing, right? The refinery. When we're fighting Violet, it doesn't spawn extra enemies like for a little bit. You have to still want to do damage. So it's much more about that. But then, yeah, generally measured and flatline kind of fall on the same numbers. Although actually with SMGs, would it be ahead or behind actually? Actually, yeah, it would be around the same. Your crit chance would just be higher. As you know, so killer loses a little bit there. So yeah, it's especially killer versus measured, and because you have more crit on SMGs. Because you have crit chance, you translate that into crit damage.
Agent, the clinic is the only real hospital left in Brooklyn. We have medics and field triage, but the maternity ward and surgical center, that's the clinic. Sending coordinates to your HUD.
I'll get you up here. And it didn't lean. Why does that campaign has something? Hence why I'm missing some. No, the Division 1 can actually be difficult at points. One thing to do is if you're struggling and such on maybe a mission or something, you can do the RPG thing of out leveling the content. So doing more side missions and some of those activities and stuff, and then out leveling the mission and then going there. Kind of like with Division 2, you want to, if you can, keep your weapon especially level appropriate. So you generally want it just to be on your level. Like, you don't want it to be levels behind. Especially not levels. Like, even a level behind is already hurting a little. But Division 1's campaign is definitely a little more... a little less forgiving. Maybe the better way to say. Let's not get too much sidetracked. Let's just go for the objectives. Let's just get through the story mode. Yeah, actually, now that we've seen it, I can't unsee it. All these windows, nothing behind them. Right? It just stands out so much now. Because actually, in New York and in DC, there is. I feel they forgot how to do that. Indeed. The illustration. Let's also remember that, yeah, you can kind of, especially as well, if your weapon is too far behind, maybe check some of the vendors and just buy a weapon if you haven't had one in a while. Especially having your weapon on level kind of really helps. Yeah, let's just do all these on story difficulty. Just
Thank you for coming, Agent. We need you to sweep for
I'm not
survivors
here
and
for
secure
the
the clinic.
challenge.
Cleaners on site.
Scanning for survivors. Agent, you've got hostiles incoming.
This guy does have a fully optimized build and such, so. Although here I'm not doing like not even getting stacks really. These guys are pushovers.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Sitrep. Barricaded the gate to the clinic as ordered. Agents on site with no way out. Finish your sweep. Remember, no loose ends or witnesses.
You have to keep moving, Agent.
Hostiles detected.
And annoyingly, Division 1 doesn't have like a call for backup system or anything. Also, yeah, if you get too stuck, there are places you can ask for maybe, you know, somebody to help you. Especially on the official and the Reddit Discord, there is like channels for Division 1. But also there's a creator, Livid Frey, who's still actually making Division 1 stuff. I haven't actually looked at their stuff in like the last few months, but they were pretty active like when the global events were coming back. That's when I kind of found them. I think their community still is definitely active. They have an active Discord. So 5:13. It's causing me to know that yeah, by 50. I'm guessing it's because I started during the stovepipe mount hunt. Likely. And then also, do you have the raid ones? Because I will likely be missing 12.
Agent, do what you have to do to secure the clinic.
One was the stovepipe.
Still be survivors inside.
Because I think some of the other ones are past stovepipe, so if you were around for those, because yeah, Palisade, Lengmo, that's all we have after stovepipe, right? But then it's likely the raid ones and Hunter's Fury and Bellstone. So 12 is that. Actually, it might be also all the weapons back then, because yeah, I shoot all those weapons. Pretty aggressive, but it's fine. A little over-geared anyway. Or under difficulty. Is there any specific situation where glass cannon's better than obliterate? Yeah, always. Damage-wise, it is always better. It's much more the downsides of it. The downsides of it aren't better. But yeah, glass cannon at its core is already 25%. It's also not total weapon damage, so it's not additive to other, you know, yeah, vigilance or something. Then also it's active from the very first shot. It doesn't need to stack up the way that obliterate does. Perfect is of course even 30, but yeah, it comes with that big ass downside. Actually, yeah, going with glass cannon, especially for if you're just doing like open world stuff. A lot of people nowadays do gravitate towards running Vigi, like sacrifice gift. Perfect glass with a Vigi backpack with strikers just in the open world. That works actually pretty well. You have a lot more upfront damage and your cap is about the same. Or even a little bit ahead from the striker backpack version. But yeah, you're way ahead on the first shot. Echo reconstructed. Wait, this we can't skip, right?
For now, we're in the fire escape.
It actually continues playing even when you exit it. Because that wasn't the first line there.
You should have 3. What are you talking about? The doors. Each one should take 30 minutes to burn at least. We barricaded ourselves.
Patricia Thompson.
ICU, but the fire burned.
That's what we're rock and roll. Liquid engineer to so I wanted the most. I mean, that's always how it goes. That's also mean you had like TDI card and stuff, and you know, Matt the door, which is some that a lot of people want. You already had those.
These fuckers need to pay.
The
You're
word
sitting
is
down for nothing. We
Emily
can't
is
let the
guard for
cleaners get away with
preservation,
this.
or is it better to use another weapon with regular one? I would say another weapon with regular. Emmeline, being a P90, is not in a great place currently. It's not horrendous, but it's just a mid tier. It is very much a mid tier. I would much rather have a SMG9 or TAC Vector, or any of the vectors, with just normal preservation. Emmeline's Guard, though, is really good when you're leveling. For instance, when recently we leveled up that other, well, the other hardcore on this character, on this account, the other hardcore character on this account. While you're leveling, you can get Emmeline's Guards past level 11. And there, for instance, just because it's really one of the few weapons we have that can have a talent and stuff, it's really good there. But yeah, at end game, you know, at level 40, not really. You gain a little bit more from the preservation, but it is a little bit easier to get. You know, there is that, because it is just the LZ drop. It is, you can just get one. The talent is fixed, so you can just, you know, just put detox on it instead of having detox, and then hopefully the other stats are pretty full. So it is nice in that way, but if you already have the weapons and stuff, yeah, stick preservation on something else. Actually, here as well, I'm using preservation here. It's a little bit overkill. But actually, I use this even on when running this on heroic. Taking the kind of striker tech tank kind of layouts. Although without the artificer, just with the revive hive. Well, I would like to have measured here. And keep in mind as well, one of the choices you can make, which overall actually ends up nowadays much better. In the past, when Strained and Optimist were the top picks, it wasn't as big of a deal. But nowadays, actually, the weapon talent is much larger than one brand bonus. So unless you're headshot killing a lot, which especially with SMGs, you know, it's not the goal, right? It's actually better to go Palisade nowadays, I would say, because you just, with Palisade, you're giving up one brand bonus for 10% armor and kill. It isn't like preservation where it's kind of like delayed and stuff. There are some benefits to that, also some downsides, of course, because you might die before it actually heals you, but it's being delayed means also when you get a kill and, you know, you take some chip damage after, it'll heal that back up as well. But nowadays, going Palisade piece, going one piece Palisade in something, I would prefer that over, in general, over preservation. In this case as well, I would actually be better off having, if I want this, to have preservation, or to have, instead of preservation, have a piece of Palisade, and then that. But, of course, if I take a piece of Palisade here, that's like a much harder piece to get. Although I could have the blue core on that, right?
I'm Stuart, pale, coughing, and I'd recognize that rash anywhere.
There's a Palisade, pretty good. Having the 10% armor on kill. Okay, I'm going to show my build. Yeah, I'm kind of running, like, yeah, Memento with a few blue cores here. It's basically a striker tech tank, but then not with the artificer, and then actually not technician here either. So we're actually we don't have that extra yellow tier. Because that's kind of needed for, you know, the artificer. Here then I have a 5-tier shield instead of a 6-tier. But also, for the time being, we're on normal difficulty, so it's fine.
Cleaners have a base in Dumbo. We need to take them out.
That's kind of what I like running for hardcore. It's pretty tanky. It's already a build that I'm kind of familiar with. It's being effectively a tech tank. The thing with Palisade versus Preservation also kind of depends, because actually with this, I generally push pretty close and get some headshot kills in, and then you have 20%, right, with Preservation, so... Oh yeah, they're your... You should totally be running it, Emmeline Shaw. They're your guard. There's even the skin for it as well that you can buy for the E90. What else does SHD watch get bigger? It gets bigger up to 1000, right? It like grows.
Hostiles detected.
You mean like physically, right? Like visually on the character. I think it grows from 1 to 1000 and then it stops, if I remember right. Also, they did take out the patch for the SHD operative patch that was like changing every 1000 levels. I'm gonna guess it's an oversight thing. I don't think that's intended. So likely we'll see it come back. But actually on the character that I was running it, on this second account I was running that, they're basically now without a patch, which before this wasn't an option, because you always start with the SHD patch, and the only thing you can do, you can't actually like unequip. You can just equip another one, so... I'm keeping it on the empty patch for the time being.
We need to secure the rest of the building.
At least you can't, right? Like, you can just... Yeah, you can't unequip. Make sure. I was like, I would remember if you can, right? I would totally not run one. At some point. Oh, you mean just leveling? Yeah, it's at level 40 every 700k XP. But luckily, yeah, Deb answered. My mind was already going to other places instead of the obvious answer, actually. Yeah.
Hostiles detected.
But a level is 700k XP. At level 40. It's less at below that. No OP. Who knew we would be OP on story mode? Oh, that's why. I just want the completion in.
Agent, more hostiles on the roof.
Not per se.
Uploading suggested route to HUD.
Oh, it is up there. I might do it actually on hardcore or on heroic hardcore on the other one. Oh, that was an actual elevator. That was just a loading screen waiting to happen. Yeah. Does the multitasker provide a skill tier? Yeah, when you're on the thing. Also, I don't have it unlocked here yet. So We don't have a key for that faction. The Riker faction. But also not like all the way from the start once you reach
Hostiles detected.
once you reach 5 in every category, which isn't too hard to do. Yeah, let's alt. Resetting ourselves back then.
Intel detected on laptop.
Goddamn
Need to know
intel.
what the cleaners are up to. Agent, get that intel.
Yep, let's get that intel.
Download initiated.
Let's replace it with an AMD.
50% complete.
That's our objective, is just to come in here, grab this guy's laptop, and yeah, just take out the Intel parts and put in AMD parts.
Download complete. Intel acquired.
It's just
Intel
a text
inside.
document with a password for a video file. But where's the file? Agent, secure the rest of the block.
If you cross another 1,000, again, if you cross another 1,000, but only cross another. Yeah. I wouldn't think so. It would have popped up already. But also, yeah, on the full, like, you wouldn't get it anyway. It would be like up to 9K, right? So in that case, that definitely wouldn't give it again, because like on the past the 9K, it is a set one anyway. But there'll be plenty of people going into the 1K with this, at least, or going from several thousand to another several thousand. Maybe one of them can report back. But it would be weird if it was removed in that way. Yeah. Walk to walk? What? That's I'm guessing that's like something.
What the hell?
I'm not familiar with that one.
Hostiles incoming.
The BS build made more damage than a classic Pro. Last build. People have the weirdest ideas. I mean, the answer to that is very simple. There shouldn't be any thinking about it. It's just calculated out, and you input the stats in a calculator and just And I don't mean as in like I mean no, but then you go from not knowing to knowing. And then you know. Okay, that sounds unhealthy. I mean, well, kind of depends on what is actually running, but you gotta remember that the Providence, although especially if he's also not running Grupo and stuff, like for a high-end setup, there's a reason it's the go-to. Because of course, if you have like even an Umbra at full stacks can kind of beat that, but I don't get the feeling we're talking about that.
Agent, see if there's any video files on those computers.
That's better. February the 7th, then I'm banging. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't like eat out much. I mean, I'm trying to be a good boy about just buying shit and making my own shit to turn into shit. Do you have a for calculating for damage calculators? Yeah, but you do need to you need to have your own Google Drive. I'll just put the link in both chats there. So that takes you here, and then there is this DPS compare. You can just put in the stats. Well, first you need to right click and make a copy to your own Google Drive, and then you can fill it in. But yeah, you could put both builds in there with their stats, make sure to account for all their stats, and then you can just compare them that way. But I get the feeling if he has no Grupo, Fenris, Providence, or improvised, what does that leave? Contractor, Fox, 3-piece, Langmo? Because if it's maybe Langmo with LMGs, maybe, but... Starting to read messages in we're on normal. These guys can't murder me, really. Anyway, let's watch my favorite cutscene. This is really, truly my favorite cutscene.
What did I say?
Fealty. Other than that, it's perfect. Just Fealty makes him sound like a medieval feudal lord, and he's not that far gone.
Not yet.
Aaron Keener, actor.
Right. Okay. Let's go again.
Swear your loyalty to me, or face the consequences. Fuck you, Kina.
Fuck you, Kina. That is truly my favorite line in this.
All right. We know what we need to do. Let's reset, bring in another car and a new wardrobe first.
I feel that's just my oh my god from now on. It's just fuck you, Kina.
Well, that's terrifying.
It's like a cartoon villain thing. Fuck you, Kina.
Thank you for securing the block.
I have fooled your plot.
To resupply and have just make sure you're fit to go back in the field. I'm working some leads.
Yeah, she's working some leads. Although we're in Brooklyn and not in Leeds, so we will take a detour here and actually go and grab the safe house. We should hunt the hunters on hardcore. Because actually that's not that impressive as it sounds, but some people may find it impressive. I'll include it in my Brooklyn review.
You know what I miss? Farmers market.
Yes. Well, there's just multiple in there. Some one of them has extra features, which one is 2.1? You can take it to 2.0. That only has extra features, but if you're not using it, doesn't matter to me. But yeah, you can copy that to your own Google Drive and then you can fill it in, and you can basically fill in stats of multiple builds and then compare them. I need to make a new updated. There's a video on the channel actually that goes into if you want that as well. See about finding it maybe. But it's pretty old at this point, and also a little rambly. Should make only tips where I explain it kind of quicker. But it's also not too hard. Where's the thing? Oh yeah. Just out of curiosity as well. So 800 hours, 34k SHG level. Take a wild guess what that means. Because it's kind of sad that, like, at this point, all of those systems are kind of, you can't trust them at all. SHD, things like expertise and stuff, even trading, because infinite exotic component glitches and such. So. And then we're back under the bridge.
Perfect. Thank you.
With Miss Scar Tissue that I wish you saw.
But we found it. They're using an oil refinery to manufacture that purple flame bullshit. It's remote. Bell's ready to go when you are.
Let's go do the H5.
I'll trade anything except my soul, but it's negotiable.
Indeed. Famous first words, last words, middle words. I mean, yeah, it's fine if I die. Then I get to do a fuck you, Kina. I mean, that's what I'm gonna yell if I die at any point.
Hey there, you got something to trade?
Do you have something to trade? I'll streamline on LMGs there.
Thanks for trading with me.
Oh, I also still need pressure point. Oh, this is actually a pressure point for pistols. I already have it for LMGs. Oh, wait, do I need any other pressure points? I think I need pressure point here as well. And here as well. Yeah. I forgot to keep up last season as well, apparently. So on those two, likely. Let's deconstruct and go. Casey, take me to the refinery city where they all get refined and the girls are pretty. Opens makes her sense. Kina saves her family and brings them across the river to Brooklyn. Rikers kill a family such as James the Rikers unless kill. I mean, she feels betrayed by them, right? She was in on the Riker end.
Agent, cleaners on site. We'll find Danvers later. Right now, I need you to find the Purple Flame workshop and shut it down.
Hostiles ahead.
Because they faked their death without telling her. She had to find out the hard way. Didn't get one of you, I got all of you. Yeah, blue still sometimes catching me off guard of like kind of used to like it's easy to get used to like okay, it's a purple, it takes this many shots. And there as well I was like this guy should be dead. Oh, but of course he's not.
Hostile turrets detected.
Why do we never detect friendly turrets? Just
Turret disabled. Additional
apathetic.
turrets still online.
Apathetic turrets detected. You just don't care that you're
All
there.
turrets disabled.
You're like, I could take you or leave you. Just Well, that's what I should just sit in front of the turrets and just go, why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Actually, we can do that, right? With the control point ones, we capture them and then we're friends. Do they actually work when they're on our side? Do they shoot at like patrols and stuff when they go by? I haven't actually checked. Maybe we can't be friends. I'm gonna guess they don't because they kind of like they're faction based, right? When it's Riker ones, it's like rockets, and when it's cleaners, it's the other ones. They can frankly control it. Indeed. At least it's better in the past. Old school people will have a oh yeah moment here, I feel, but remember, supplies detected. Russians detected. Rations detected nearby. Water detected nearby. Because yeah, we used to have all those callouts as well back in the day, which we no longer have, luckily. Although I never had the one with, like, everybody was always on about, instead of hearing rations detected nearby, they would, like, hear Russians detected nearby. I had it more with supplies, where it goes, like, supplies detected. I was always, oh, surprise detected. Where's my surprise? Surprise party?
Path blocked ahead. Agent required to circumvent locked security door.
I got a shot.
Push button.
Door status update unlocked.
It's like a weird, just busy work here. Without a wave spawning in it or anything. Oh. Was already looking around for like, oh, how do I open this door? It's just open the door. Just open the damn door. Oh. For a second, I thought these were footprints or these were like shoe prints on the table. Just because of like the angle of it. It just kind of looks like shoe prints. It's like, who stood on the table? But yeah, no, it's glasses. No, not you glasses. The other glasses.
Purple flame refueling dock located. Uploading weak points to your HUD.
I'm on fire.
Refueling dock disabled.
Let's actually activate.
Additional hostile incoming agent.
Kill any cleaners that get in your way.
Okay there, Huskins? You're sounding a little roguish. Or you're a little peckish that you're going a little roguish. I mean, cleaners did just kill a bunch of our friends, so we'll kill some cleaners, and then, you know, other people's friends, and then the cycle goes to and fro, and
Intel detected on laptop.
God damn it, another Intel laptop.
We need to kill them before they hurt any more innocent people. I can't do this anymore.
I mean, I understand. I totally understand Huskins. All these Intel laptops. I can't stand them either. Not that I might. That actually, I have all. I don't think I've ever owned an AMD. Nah, I have. I've had laptops. Where was by you at the table with weapon stats? The one from your photo, is this still viable to use today? Depends on like which one exactly. Most of the ones are updated continuously. If it's like maybe like a really old LMG one, that one's never been updated, but a lot of other stuff has. If nothing else, you can always, because just to be safe, I'll link to the actual DPS table here. For instance, everything in there, that's updated. So unless it's not in there, because people, I don't know if I linked it or somebody else linked it, maybe it does.
Workshop located.
But those ones in there are always like, well, they're not always up to date, but I usually update them pretty quickly after the start of a season or something. For you in the journey, you need to unlock the journey. You need to get to unlock modifiers. It goes actually pretty quick. Like actually on this account as well, in a few days. Now as well, you start already with an active. And then the passives, a bunch of the good passives are kind of already in some of these early, actually no, so you do have to do 3 and then you unlock 4, 5, 6. In 4, 5, 6 is already some of the good modifiers in these first 2. And they go by really quick. Like actually just playing for like 5, 6 hours, I had a bunch of those. And then the rest of them are kind of in Journey 7. And especially when I kind of get multitasker and the best kind of defense. So actually this one I've already unlocked already. And this one we're kind of working towards. It goes pretty quick. The journey is so much simpler now than it has ever been. Like this is the easiest set of journeys. I've been calling it a trip. This is no longer a journey. This is just a trip. Front flip.
You saw what the purple flame did to the clinic. If you want to blow something up, please go blow that up.
And yeah, thank you for the kind words, and yeah, always happy to help. Also, most of these things as well, I kind of make them for myself as well, so it's not even that I benefit too. And nowadays as well, I even like benefit from them, like making some videos and then getting some viewers on those, and then buying all the cosmetics, because that's of course the actual thing that matters. I'm just here for the cosmetics. Cosmetics I see and I find in you. That I feel that totally needs to become a thing.
Multiple pressure stabilizers detected. Disabling them will cause system error.
Eliminate
Blown
the
all up.
hostiles. Dangerous is counting on us to end this war. Get violent.
You get violence. Oh, I don't have. I'm not technician.
Access the console to disable the workshop.
No. This thing is actually named, right? It's not just elite. Yeah, it's named.
Purple Flame Workshop inoperable. Experimental Warhound detected. Identification confirmed. Violet.
actually blocks the thing, so... Oh yeah, we're not on a real difficulty. Getting the hardcore through Brooklyn quickly. I don't know, maybe next week and stuff, I might actually do that. Might, with the other hardcore, do all the missions on heroic. They're not particularly hard. The only fights that would be kind of dangerous is
Danvers requested a purple flame delivery. Agent, you need to sabotage that boat.
the Rat Queen. There's a little bit of unpredictability there, especially without modifiers and everything. That predictability goes up a little. So I might do that. It's a nice weekend indeed. Although, well, we're not. I wouldn't say we're there yet, right? We still have tomorrow is Friday. Wait, it's Thursday, right? Yeah. we're a little off of it still. True end game in every game, indeed. Fashion Souls is alive. Although I don't even end up doing that much, honestly. I just collect it all. I just end up wanting to collect it all. That's really exciting. Messy indeed. Yeah, at level 30 you get to have the account shared resources, account shared blueprints. That does help quite a bit once you get to that point in hardcore. Madam Sniper, could you please stop tickling my back? Thank you.
Hostile reinforcements en route. Crane controlled by local system.
This is also always the thing that I feel with people when they go like, no, we should always be OP and stuff, you know, like I got into a whole discussion with someone about Streamline's final version and, you know, they nerfed it because of PvP, and it's just like, first of all, no, because also it has different values for PvP, so if they just wanted different values for PvP, they would have done that. But I feel as well, like with a lot of like being super OP, yeah, just go play on normal. I would get sick of this in like 3 hours. Which is about the length that will...
We need the refinery to keep
it's like 2.5 hours to get to Brooklyn, so it's barely fine. This isn't fun. This is just busy work at this point. What's the best farm for the event? For the 3x XP event? Overall, just doing open world stuff with 5 directives. Although, yeah, Ranger seems a little buggy, but I've seen people have it on. So there's likely a solution for it, but I don't know that one yet. But you could check around on Reddit or something, or see about finding the answer. And then especially public executions and propagandas and the hostage rescues are, per time spent, overall pretty good. Then you have also other things like bounty cheesing, which kind of require some setup and such. But just doing the bounties, although, well, not doing them in general, because a lot of places are really way too lengthy.
Pressure decreasing. Additional pressure release required to avert catastrophic failure.
We're gonna have catastrophic failure anyway. We've already done this mission, so. Refractability today, but I'm looking for skill build to help with the scenes of journey challenges. What would you recommend? This should level around 100, not a little exotics yet. If you just want to get for the journey, through the journey, just grabbing some refactor with some other pieces and such. Because all you need is, because you could also just do them on normal. It doesn't need to be like a real fully set up build. Now, if you want to do it on heroic and such, yeah, it is going to be recommended to, to maybe have an actual setup. One thing you can go with as well is, for instance, the seeker spam one, because you need one with
refinery structural integrity at 40%.
I turned around, am I here? Okay, this is this side. Because you also need to get like with seeker and hive kills. But on that one you can also just run a turret on top.
Pressure stable.
Or any of the turret drone hybrids would work well as well. That's a turret drone now. Yeah, that one, the thing is, all of those, for instance, the Headhunter turret drone hybrid, that one requires a lot of specialty pieces, so it wouldn't be an easy one to get together. But the general layout actually, so 2 point something. There's a turret drone there, which is just the classic turret drone. And there as well, the damage is mostly on the turret drone. But that's basically 2-piece Honeydew, 3-piece Empress, 1-piece Wyvern. Also, I think this guy, is always this guy is very spacing dependent. Where this boss spawns is like super facing dependent. I'm just gonna look over here.
You can't stop this, Agent. Danvers is too smart for you. You're too late.
Actually, this
You'll burn. And soon
oh, maybe that is not a spawn you can have. That might be it as well.
Agent, cleaners are not immune to explosions. Operational suggestion: expose hostiles to blast radius.
Shut up, Anna. I'm just gonna shoot until he dies. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it.
Agent, I need you back at the bridge. I can't do this on my own.
What can you do on your own?
Secondary system online. No manual override detected. Catastrophic failure inevitable.
Inevitable.
Uploading coordinates to the extraction point to HUD.
Get the hell out of there.
Working on it. But also, like, it doesn't matter, because also if you just have a build that has 6 skill tiers in any form, honestly, you can just run any of the skills and just get her done. Because if you just need the journey once done, just do it on normal. Hell, you could be on a red build and just put a normal turret. But you might as well just have the skill tiers there. When the sickest one through, you're gonna need to define that building. So, yeah. Indeed, 207. Actually, because you could go up because if you go with this one, and you could also just go with skill haste on it and stuff, then you can even do the seekers on this. If everything here is skill haste, you can use any of the skills. And you don't need it to be like all the way fleshed out. And the other one, you would be the seeker spam, which is actually right next door. I see here 2.8, because it is good to get the seeker and the other one. If you have an Eclipse, I found there's also, you have to hit 2 enemies with both skills. I found Eclipse. I just accidentally did that, like on the first mission I was running Eclipse. I completed that just because I was hitting them with the Stinger Hive I always have on it, plus my fire. Just running around on heroic. So, yeah, let's go and get out of here. Let's go defend the settlement and then meet Tio. And he'll totally be fine, right? When Hunter walks into the conversation. This guy still has his green light. And this is skippable, but... Alright, this part would always be on normal anyway, so... Doesn't matter that. I'm also set to normal.
Don't worry, Danvers. We're at the gate and Theo's toys are offline.
Agent, we're working on getting the automated defenses back online, but we need you to clear those hostiles. Bishop, I need more ammo!
And I kind of like the... As original as well, I was kind of wondering how they're gonna... What, is it just cleaners? Story-wise? Or are we doing something with Rikers? Because definitely Rikers were there.
Breach the settlement and head to the basement.
Get the kids and the civvies inside. Barricade the doors. Kendall, go with them. Where the hell are those turrets? Bishop, I need Seekers and a hide.
Seekers and a hide. Oh, is Bishop the quartermaster? Okay.
They're gaining too much ground. The bridge isn't going anywhere. Focus fire on that DC agent.
Active hostile turret
The
defense
bridge
detected.
isn't going anywhere. That would be something if just the bridge just... Also, did they start the settlement before or after Bridget was murdered by us?
Generator located nearby. Hostile defenses disabled.
This is also called Bridge, kind of as a nod and a wink to Madam Douglas, or... Set bonuses. Oh yeah. Although, well, it's better to just still have something more useful than that. But yeah, you could. Because also you can even trigger it with shield.
Hostiles detected.
Take out that agent! We're losing too many people. We're too close to fall back now. The agent is the cryo. Don't worry, Danvers. They're human. They can die.
Okay. Normally I would say she's completely wrong. We're invincible gods. I can respawn infinitely. But for this time, this one time, the bitch is right. They can die. I'm just not gonna, but they can. No infinite respawns here. That's quite the ring outside. I suddenly...
Bridge secure. Thank you, Agent.
Automated defenses back online. Agent, you should be safe to approach.
In Unity, there is strength.
We need to debrief.
Kind of find it funny, the what is it I've seen, like V for Vendetta. The slogan of the regime is kind of like unity, strength through unity, unity through fate. These guys are kind of, they're taking it back. In unity, there is strength. It's not strength through unity.
Agent, I want to thank you for keeping morale and the baby safe.
Good.
Yeah.
You're back.
Agent.
You're in charge. Next time you and Keener decide to go on a road trip, get someone else to guard your secrets.
Come on. It couldn't have been that hard being the leader.
The fucking cleaners took Jess and they burned down the clinic.
Okay, but you're fine. We're fine. Plus, I got back in time for the birth.
We're fine. The people in the clinic, yeah.
Okay, look. I'm here. I would have been here sooner, but I needed to convince Manny he could trust me.
Good luck with that.
There's a way they need to convince Manny, like...
Don't mind Hoskins. Her sister was a cleaner. She'll get over it. Now that I'm back, let's activate the ultimate backup. Agent, why don't you do the honors?
Look at us. We are the Marauder now. And then like Viper, DNH.
Rogue shade skill acquired.
Well, I feel this Marauder as well. Because where did it launch from actually? It's like supposed to be one of these rooms or something. But like the engine of this one is also like way too small. It's kind of the size of the ones that we see in Tidal and such. But yeah, those are like way smaller than they should be. What do you have on your posted board? Drones need oil. Also, yeah, there's every time there is like any new like area or something, this thing is there. Stage 2 is October 10th. But yeah, that's been there. Like this was also last year. People were like waiting for October 10th for something to happen. But yeah, it's just because yeah, for instance, this one as well is in a lot of places. Don't forget to buy bread. Where are you buying bread exactly? Actually, in this Oh, we have a blue. Don't forget to buy bread. Bread is so important. You have to remember it twice. What are these guys kind of looking at? It's kind of the same drone controller desk thing that usually Cindy is at. I wonder what they took as like the basis for this. I'm gonna guess this is like a video switcher or something. That's what it would seem to be. Oh, not the other way. Yeah, not really readable. And yes, severe threat alert. Brothers. How's it hanging, brothers? How we never made that joke? Although somebody has made that joke, right? Just walking past that and going, how's it hanging? And this place is starting to already look different. Yeah, let's view at the upgrades. Dun dun dun. Also, yeah, there is a reason why I will definitely say at the end of my review of Brooklyn that Woney is better than Brooklyn. And it's because we can't pet the damn dogs. Or at least there's no dog here that you can pet. So Woney better than Brooklyn confirmed. So versus so, yeah. Oh, you mean that now? I mean, it's just scaling wise, it's off. So the Marauders we fight in the open world and stuff, they're much larger than the ones that are kind of like hanging in Tidal Basin. Now they could have like multiple sizes of them or something, but then we would still expect to kind of see both sizes, right? That's more that or likely maybe they had them those sizes, and then when you're fighting them, it just they were too small or something. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Like resizing something because
hostile control point detected.
Resizing something just because it's, you know, not being, because it will be a very small target actually to try to hit continuously. Like already those marauders are not like the biggest targets just because they're pretty far away. This is the control point. So I should go around. Hey, a part of a thing. I wonder what that is. What could this mean? Oh, what's on this?
I don't know if people forgot or just never knew, but the original cleaners, the first people to put on the uniform and get to work, they were sanitation workers, first responders, government employees.
Guy in a spacesuit with trash bags?
Possible for all the rich assholes in their ivory towers, like everyone's favorite rogue agent Aaron Keener, to live
Wow, that's shiny.
little high-rise lives in comfort and safety. The people who got to work and were willing to get their hands dirty to make sure we were
Can we seesaw? Can we saw what we see? Actually, I'm so far away. Let's actually go for the safe house. Kind of got distracted. They did do a great job with just the city. Also, this works out perfectly because I actually need a bio, so let's go unlock this safe house. I'm gonna take a quick bio and then we'll go kill some Rikers. Let's make sure to grab the laptop though before I forget. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick bio. I'll be right back. And yeah, let's get back in here. Congratulations, 7th. And yeah, that should have felt good. It's always fun to get the piece that you were looking for. And yeah, now we can make the full version. Improved variant. At least we have all the rest. Or you just got that piece, now you have to get the rest. Because now you have to, right? If you don't have the rest already, you have to go get it. Because you have the chest, might as well. Then you can lord it over all the people. Yeah, let me get a ship here. The shield for the circuit shields are broken. Maybe it's a UI bug or something. In what way do you mean? Like broken as in not activating, broken as in like way too much. Because they do apply. You can test them. You can test them on the hanging targets in at the range, but you can't test them against the target that goes side to side. You can use that one to make sure that it's applying. Also, let me get you that used to radar. I don't notice the recommended DPS silence is. How do you actually take the most out of it? Like you introduce spawn, kill the first, and have 15 out of. Would you fire those reloaded on empty? Because when you reload, you just lose the damage boost. Measured, I think you're thinking more of like optimist or strained or something like that. Measured is basically the front half of the weapon has an RPM increase and a weapon damage decrease, and the back half has a total weapon damage decrease or an increase and a RPM decrease. So it doesn't really matter if you stop firing or like all of those. Doesn't really matter. It's with most builds, the front half is a tiny bit better than the back half. So actually, when reloading, you don't per se lose much of it. You might be actually better off, but in general, you just want to unload as much as you can and then hit the reload. Although that also kind of depends on what exactly is happening. While we're here, let's take a detour. Let's get this one. I remember how to do this one. Yeah, still. So this one shouldn't be hard. So we get this. And then we just go up, right? There's nothing else. Oh, there we go past a dolphin. Hey, why is this dolphin beeping? Who knows? If you're wondering why the dolphin's beeping, it's one of the hunter. It's one of the hunter puzzles. Is the beeping ones. So yeah, measure basically you just doesn't per se matter in that way. Like it isn't optimist, it isn't strained, it is. With most build, the first part is actually a tiny bit better as well. So actually reloading a little early doesn't like lose you much, but yeah, generally you want to unload fully to get the most out. Like if you have targets to shoot at, you should just continue unloading into them from a DPS standpoint. Now, in a practical gameplay standpoint, you could of course get behind cover, reload, have enough to actually make the kill. Well, the first half. But it's a tiny difference. It's not, you don't want to just do the first half and then reload. That would cost you also way too much, because each of those reloads is of course also costly. And also it depends on the build, because you could definitely make a build where the second part is better, especially if you like go focus vigilance or something. And then with measured, you could technically like get the second half to be better, but
hostiles detected
than the first. But
the entrance is too heavily fortified. Anna is uploading the route to your hut.
That's just general strikers, chest striker, obliterate striker. The first half is a tiny bit better. Also, yeah, because of that, it's also not. Yeah, it doesn't care actually when you reload and stuff. Not like Optimus and where you, for instance, yeah, an Optimus you would want to actually reach the end of the mag as much as you can. Same actually for instance Strain, not per se reaching the end of the mag, but just firing as long as you can, which effectively means the same thing. Put high NC mode on the skill, and the health goes down. I put more damage on enemy and damage on the sheet. Goes down. This is right, and then I should check the damage. You mind that when you're on the mod, is that maybe what I don't have any here, but when you're on the mod, if it's equipped, it actually shows you the stats, what would happen if you unequip it. And then for other mods, it shows what you would get when you would equip that one. Because I think that's maybe what's happening there. Because on a easiest way is just to not have any mod equipped, and then like try like hover over all of them. You see just the increases of each one. 2 seconds without damage, exactly. Although yeah, if like the first half was like, you know, triple as good as the second half or something, maybe more so with LMGs or something, you would maybe just use the first half, but also there it is better, but by not much. But also because of that, it is actually a little bit more potent than Optimus and stuff, where we normally extracted less than the theoreticals just by, you know, making a kill like that and then reloading, right? That's what we all do. It's actually one of the nice things about now killer and measured being kind of the top talents is like that matters so much less now. I was dead spawn ups. No, you didn't. Stairs still staring.
Take out that agent. If the Rat Queen is gonna make another play for the bridge, we need the depot. Get your shit together and kill that motherfucker.
You need a
At least now we know
depot.
what they've been protecting. Take out their supply routes. They can't make another play for the bridge.
Hostiles detected.
That's a cool looking room. Yeah. These things you can have. I gotta. That dog can make it. Can't shoot them from the sides apparently. Ooh. Spooky. That's actually dark. Oh, there's light in the bar. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, with 2, if you remove the all HP mod, it says that shall be young, then you add just even more. Do I have any shield? Yeah, no, I have no mods at all, do I? I have for sticky and stuff. But generally, so this UI works like this, where when you have something equipped, if you're hovering over it, Like it shows what it is, and then like on the other one it goes, oh well, these are the same. Let's find somewhere where we have two different ones. Because I'm on a hardcore, so I don't have all my normal mods. And that one, I can't equip the other one. But you have kind of like this. When you have something equipped, if you unequip it, or if it's equipped and you're hovering over it, it shows like what you would lose. It doesn't show you like what you've gained from it. It's what you would lose if you were to unequip it. Azuri on a heroic bounty in Demba. Oh, he dropped on a bounty? Was it maybe, although the bounties are kind of in the open world, so it might have been just an open world. I haven't actually seen anybody get it from other names here. Although, it might be possible. I feel we would have seen it, because what it could have been is that you're going through an area and there was an extra named group there. There's the name groups that are definitely confirmed to drop it.
Multiple fatalities detected. Facial recognition required to confirm identification. Hostiles detected.
This one's kind of a dick move by Anna. It's just like, go into the middle of the room so you can be ambushed. I want you to be ambushed, so go into the middle of the room.
Identification confirmed. All deceased personnel were assigned to the pier.
The pier.
Friendly survivors located.
Hello, friendly survivors.
Agent, thank you for coming. The Rat Queen's
I
crew
see.
took
They're
us to
friendly.
the
They're
pier
thanking
and
me
stole
for
our
coming.
IDs.
Oh, yeah, let me get up here.
I'll send a recovery team to get them back to the bridge. You need to get to the subway station.
So we'll add. Oh, the health mods. I mean, I've actually never looked at them. Wouldn't be surprising if those are maybe weird. Because generally as well, in that slot, I think it's the holstered regeneration slot, right? So usually I keep it like that. Even if we are it. But were you certain it's from one of the bounty names? Especially if it could drop from bounties, that would be a handy extra way to go after them. But I also wouldn't be surprised if there was just a world named kind of in the mix there. Seeing as a lot of them are in like the open world and stuff.
Hostiles detected.
Because if we could just bounty them, that would be nice. Let's get to these two missions, and then we have the art gallery, and then we have the army terminal. We can definitely get through all that tonight. Then we have a hardcore with Dumbo, Duoni, and Brooklyn. Although both of them are just normal. It's not hard.
Agent in the subway.
Secure the depot. We can't let down the Rat Queen.
We've come too far. Use everything.
And yeah, tomorrow definitely I want to spend some time on the other hardcore and get some levels on them while running some of the specializations and such. Also, yeah, doing stuff that gives specialization points. Doing some of the invasion, doing some of the other things. Some of the projects. Some of the daily bannies. Actually, they kind of spawned there. The last one, right? So maybe not push too deep. Okay, still can die on normal. I've done it. I know it's possible. Even when not intending to. So yeah, let's take a big ult there, resetting our stats back down just so we can go back up again. Also, I'm hoping they'll eventually. So on main account, I basically at the moment don't have access to accounts or that account's character 1 and 2. Whenever I'm trying to log in on them, I just get a Delta 4 error. Just on 0% load. Which means something weird happened to them.
And it's confirmed that the ID cards of the dead civilians and the couple you rescued were used to access the
And yeah, I don't get the feeling I have a solution that I can do on my end. Because I even tried doing like taking away the config file and stuff. Thinking like, hey, maybe something there is weird, but that all of that didn't work. So I hope they fix that, because also tomorrow I want to actually work on the make a start on the build collection, going through it and just making a shopping list, putting some weapons in, pulling some weapons out, changing up some builds, checking which builds we need to change, although not much has changed, right? Honestly, it's the pistol builds have already been adapted. It's only the headhunter, the pistol high-end headhunter, that still needs some work there. But let me check here. My shield helmet out and add the 1% damage enemy shield. The UI reads from 13 plus 1 to 13 plus. Okay, yeah, I would have to be on like. I mean, I believe you. But yeah, to kind of see exactly maybe like what the weirdness or because also yeah, those UI pieces are definitely wonky, especially if you, for instance, have waveform in. People have had a lot of issues with like trying to get the damage numbers on skills and stuff, and not realizing they have a waveform on, which actually is just normal skill damage, so it actually does come into that readout. Is the names group? No, that's just whatever's over there. Special stuff on my phone. You're playing with build, or what build I'm playing with? It's just a kind of like a tech tank striker, but here without technician, so it's not a tech tank, but 5-tier shield instead of 6-tier and no artificer. But it's just a tanky striker. Effectively with memento, but here as well we're on normal. Keep that in mind. we're on story mode. We could do these missions on heroic and such, but yeah, I'm on hardcore. I just want to get through it. On heroic, it would actually be a little bit more fun, but especially just want to get this I have two hardcore characters. One is
So
more
much for a stealthy entrance.
I'm willing to risk more. This one is kind of set up and also like has a bunch of playtime and stuff. So on this one, I'm trying to keep them alive, and because of that, we're doing it on this. I will likely actually do it on the other character on heroic, and then maybe just not Rat Queen, maybe even, but also even that. I would just need some PFE parts to guarantee that fight. Hell, if I just have the... Because now I have the modifier unlocked anyway, so... If I just had 3 PFE mods plus that... That'll be enough. Plus survivalist. So 36 plus 10 plus 25. 46, 51, 71. Wow, actually, wow. By the way. Didn't realize, actually, yeah, we're getting... With just 3 mods, and then survivalist, yeah, 46, 51, 71. 51 from the... We get 25 from the modifier. at tier 5. Or we can just keep it at tier 5.
Active launcher detected.
I love me some active launch. Active launch is so much better than passive launch.
Get the launcher back online. They killed the generator. Then use the other one.
Doing some shooting. Are they hurt? Oh no, they're... That account is just all normal characters. Only have hardcores on second account.
Hostiles detected.
That's probably good. Heroic with decoy. No, although well, actually a lot of stuff works well against her. It's more that's the really like only fight that hits hard enough that it's gonna be consistently a roll. Like there is a risk, right? It's kind of like doing a Marauder fight with her hardcore. It can just go wrong. Well, actually as well with rogues on heroic and stuff sometimes as well. If they have the wrong skills. But in this case it's more, yeah, she can hit hard. Go Marauder, go! Look at this. Now we have one. Slap fight. Here, I'm helping. Oh, actually, oh, can we stack on this? Oh, didn't actually check before. But that's actually handy. We can just stack on the launcher. Or striker stacks. Eats ammo, of course, but... What build would you recommend for solo play? So actually, it's similar to this, but then with the Artificer. If you're unfamiliar with my recommended build list, let me pull that up, because, you know, that's the answers are in there. I'll put them in both chats. We go to the recommended build list. Just this file. I'll take you to here. There's a header here. The first builds are kind of red builds. These can be just general usage ones. There's this whole header here with tech tanks. And especially the Heartbreaker and the Striker tech tank. This is my go-tos for solo play. Like when I went and did my first playthrough, for instance, in Brooklyn, just heroic. These are the kind of builds that I went with. And yeah, the Heartbreaker version is a little tankier and easier to get. And the Striker version is a little bit more like it's a bit more consistent damage, especially Striker stacks better, but doesn't have the bonus armor, so it's a little bit more squishy. Okay, those are that's also actually what I'm running here, but just with a Revive Hive instead. Because in Hardcore, a Revive Hive is just too good to give up, and then if we don't have the Artificer, I might as well be Gunner as well for the armor on kill. So. Risk of seasonal modifiers, Marauder with blue icon and stuff to solo because you're on timer. But this one couldn't get in time. Yeah, for the hardcore, if we are going heroic, I'm gonna have the modifier off. For instance, yeah, there. Any fight where a blue was actually as well likely for even for Rat Queen, I like to win it. So for this fight, I found even on heroic, but here of course not on heroic. Book it to the end and get this generator.
Launcher disabled.
While the launcher is preoccupied with the Marauder. And that's also weird that the Marauder is still actually, you know, is taking damage.
Agent, I need to bring the Marauder back while there's still something left to salvage. I'm sorry.
You better be sorry. Although not about the Marauder.
I'll make you my goddamn.
Although as well, you kind of have to learn to play them. Yeah, if you're familiar with my build showcases, you can also just like go watch the Heartbreaker Tech Tank build showcase. There's also a masterclass, which is like very long. I thought build showcases were long. Masterclasses are even longer. I haven't done many of them there. Yeah. But that goes over, the masterclass goes over a bunch of tech tank setups. And kind of the archetype almost. And there you go. Is it hard to get Coyote Mask? Not that hard. All of the exotics. Division isn't one where like, well, not all, but a lot of the exotics. There are some raid tied ones, although even they're not raid exclusive anymore.
Active launcher detected.
But they're kind of tied, for instance, to the raid or incursion. The exotics are overall pretty easy to get, so it might take still a while because it's RNG. But targeted loot masks do a ton of countdowns. Also buy exotic caches from the currency you get with countdown. And also what you can do is do priority objectives. Just farm priority objectives and especially go for the ones when they have exotic components. Like where it is like do a mission, get an exotic component. Those can be really pretty quick, especially if you get lucky and there's a bunch of like, hey, just do one, do like one activity in this zone, and you get an exotic component. Right? If you get a ton of those and you get lucky with it and such, or short missions, but that's full random, right? Overall, your best bet is, yeah, targeted loot, masks, and then wherever, basically that.
Protocol successful. Launcher offline.
Especially, yeah, countdown where you can set your own targeted is really good. What do I found for that backpack? Same answer, basically. The memento is also just available in general. But then targeted loot backpacks instead of it. But you could also, yeah, just while doing countdown is really good for that, as you get also the requisition stuff you can buy from the countdown vendor, just buy exotic caches. But both of them are RNG, so you might get them quick, and you might have the experiences.
Additional hostiles
I don't know
incoming, Agent.
if Carlos is still is up in the chat today. But he's been hunting the memento for like 10 days or something, and he's been getting just unlucky. And also, for instance, make sure to go get,
Protocol successful.
although especially when you're studying, you don't have that much textiles, but at least going to Danny, one of the secret vendors, and getting,
Thank you, Agent.
you know, the
Security
exotic
lead.
caches from him as
We got a
well.
lead. That record was at the hotel and the museum past the collapsed DC.
But you need like apparel
Get back
caches
to the bridge.
opened for that.
Bell will arrange transpo to the museum.
This guy also says transpo. What is it with you guys and transpo? Transpose this. And as a caretaker vendor, no, it is still around. I think this already answered it for the, yeah. But yeah, it is kind of harder this week because last week we had 3 times XP for shepherding. That is no longer the case. So it is, last week was 3 times as fast. So. But still very doable because even without, it's you know, this season they changed the core values. It went from 1 point per endorsement, the given and automatic. Let me just check what this group here is. It might be the name group, although they're a little bit too far to the right. Yeah, they're not in this spot. But actually, if you're looking for named groups, they kind of just spawn here. So if whenever you fast travel to this mission and just come over here, and they kind of like spawn here or there somewhere. Yeah, let's take it back to the base and let's go do art museum, art gallery, arty farty. And it's gonna be there for yeah, this week. So it's gonna, at least timer wise on it, it says still 4 days, 1 hour. So next Tuesday, till next Tuesday. So up until Monday, you can, up until and including Monday, you can still do it. If I can see it in person, I'm guessing if I continue farming shepherd, I should be okay. Yeah, but you should actually always see it. Because it should be there. Also keep in mind that, yeah, it has like steps until 7, and then it just keeps resetting. Actually, if you log out and log in, it seems to just reset anyway. But otherwise as well, it's for some people, it just seems to be resetting daily. The way it's kind of actually intended. Do I like the feeling of handling of the fall? Yeah. Fall is actually, handling-wise, is pretty good.
Good to see you.
I like it a lot. For these hardcores, the reason I go with the fall is actually ammo conservation, because the other piece is going to be the Scorpio. This thing is just too valuable to, like, you know, if I get myself into trouble, we won't here on normal, but if I get myself into trouble, this is like a really good tool. But that means that I have to rely kind of on one weapon to kind of get me through, and I would rather just never run out of ammo. Even if we're stacking slower, even if we're kind of giving up a little bit of damage. Although even like the fall is a pretty good burster. And it handles, is one of my preferred handlers as well. I would say it's like one of the better ones. I wouldn't just recommend this outside of hardcore though. Like outside of hardcore, I'm okay running out of ammo, and hey, if I die because of that, sure, fine, whatever. Right. Here though, yeah. Also, one of the things with that fall is you can craft it. So I've crafted and optimized it as an easy, like, starter piece.
The Rat Queen is hiding out
At least
in
I
the
think
museum.
so.
Infiltrate and eliminate.
Oh no, actually, so this one isn't. This one's looted. But that's yeah. Enjoy. As I keep mind with the build videos and stuff, they're kind of coming from there. The build collection is actually like the main tool. Because at the bottom of the recommended list there's as well. It goes to the build collection, which is actually the whole collection.
You're gonna have to find another way into the museum.
But the recommended list is kind of a better starting point because, yeah, you can kind of, you know, I have a ton of stuff in the build collection that I would not recommend. At least not, you know, without caveats. Because, for instance, there's a 511 build in there with 6 pieces of 511. That is only in there because that's hilarious, right? It is hilarious. But yeah, it's not something that you would go like, oh, I need to make this because it's meta. It's a meta way of getting destroyed in Heroic, I would say. No, the files feels rigged indeed. So we're going to see the project now. Ah, okay. It's weird that it actually, because I haven't, although I haven't been paying too much attention to it either, if it like disappears sometimes. It likely would have still given you credit, but better safe than sorry.
Hostiles detected.
So you'll see, like, stunning, exactly. One of the Division 1 even still actually holds up, I would say, in places. There's definitely some places where it's a little clunky, but it even Division 1 still holds up. One of the things that they do is, like, people visually, people feel like this is realistic looking, but it actually isn't. It is slightly stylized. There is way too much texture on things. Is it this? Way too much texture on some things. There is, like, you know, playing with colors a lot. It's also the art design. Like, one of the things I like about Division, and actually really dislike when I'm playing some of the other games, some like Destiny especially, kind of like when you look around, just having color, just having, for instance, just full blue, full red around, you know. Like here, it's kind of more somber and stuff, but even like in here, right, there's actually colors going on and stuff. It isn't fully muted. I like that art design of this. It's hard to get we met that for speedruns. Can't recall what it was though. It wasn't the chest. It was death grips. Although actually it might have, because yeah, usually Ferocious Calm, which is nowadays Perfect Overwatch. I should never. Hey, these things are also. Is this like intended or not? Actually, is that supposed to be diamond or isn't that? But yeah, got Ferocious Calm. That was perfect clutch. No, that wasn't perfect clutch. That was perfect berserk. And you had the death grips, which was the 511 gloves, which still are the 511 gloves, and that had perfect clutch. So especially the death grips were, both were DZ items, still are DZ items. But yeah, back then they were actually very sought after. But yeah, also the brand bonuses in year 1 were quite different on stuff. Like Providence used to be like skill stuff for part of it. It was a hybrid build thing. Douglas and Harding was the crit on the first piece, I think. So the original build system of the Division was like way different. Year 1. Gear 1.0. I'm very happy actually with the changes to Gear 2.0. I know not everybody shares that sentiment, but they simplified it without it becoming way too simple. Because also that system was like very complex. Because it wasn't just that there was talents on every slot. Every brand had different things. Well, first of all, not every brand had every slot starting out. They did change that towards the end of year 1. But you would have, for instance, if you had, I don't know, let's say, because Cheska didn't exist back then, but let's say you had a DNH chest, it might have always one red stat and then 2 random stats, and then it might have like 1 protocol slot and you know, not a gear slot. And then you would have a Gila holster that would always have like a blue stat and then 2 random stats and then a protocol slot and a gear slot, gear mod slot. Stuff like that. It was every, and then if you like had a, instead of that, if you had a Araldi holster, you might have had like 1 red stat and 1 mod slot or something like that. Trying to remember all of that, even back then, because the brands weren't, you know, they've added more brands than there were in year 1. We have, you know, more than double the brands now. Trying to continue on with that system would have been something. Because they, with Gear 2.0, they simplified it. It was just 2 slots or 2 attributes. There's a core, there's 2 attributes. And then the chest and backpack have talents. But back then as well, every piece had talents, but then some had requirements as well. Although they dropped requirements, I think, till towards the end of Gear 1.0. Because Gear 1.0 as well changed a bunch of times. Actually, it was like Gear 1.3 by the time we got Gear 2.0. But yeah. I would love to actually, because that's the downside of you know, Division being a live service game. We can't go back, you know. I can't load an old patch the way you can for other play on some games. And there's no like classic servers like with WoW. But I would have, yeah, because I'm likely as well forgetting thousands of things about it. Because yeah, for instance, even that, like having protocol. If you ever wondered why some stuff is called protocol mods and some stuff is called gear mods, because yeah, that was 2 different slots back in those days. And you know, some gear had one, some gear had the other. And there were different things on like protocol mods than there were on gear mods. I'd say they like the old system better. I think it's partially as well not having to deal with that system. I don't think anybody, if you really actually had them side by side and you could pick, I don't think anybody would pick Gear 1.0. There's a lot of like nostalgia to it. Also, Clutch Berserk. Because you gotta remember, Clutch Berserk was like a super OP build. Like imagine a tech tank that is even more unkillable and is also the top damage dealer in the game. Like that was what Clutch Berserk was. And a lot of people like that, but also it was like super OP. It was bad balanced. So because yeah, it was a build that could heal itself, was the top damage dealer, was really hard to kill on, you know, in the or to die with, and was also yeah the top damage dealer, which is generally what you don't want if it's something you know, you can have one of the two. You can be kind of unkillable with okay damage, or like be the top damage dealer but less survivability. Because I think as well, going from that to the meta being glass, that was actually one of the most like fun things I had, going from kind of being bored by the game to actually really enjoying having to play something that, yeah, I had to really, was the top damage dealer, but if you wanted to really use it, you had to kind of really watch out. Where is he at? I mean, even in Gear 2.0, at the start of it, we had colored mod slots. Like, people forget that as well, even. Because once Gear 2.0 came, it was, yeah, we had, you know, Grupo, for instance, had yellow mod slots on most of its pieces. Cheska had blue mod slots. That's also why the True Peace Providence became the meta, was Providence had red mod slots. That's way more fun. Fun is already a nebulous thing. I don't think that system was better in any way. But also, yeah, we were breaking it. We were pushing it towards the edges of it already. I had a back then. I had even a Clutch Berserk build with a turret and drone and 3k skill power. Like, I had full damage turret and drone because that's all you needed. It's 3k skill power. With Technician, I couldn't run like Firewall or Demo that most people ran back then a lot. I couldn't run that, but and then I have a Revive Hive, but I was outputting like so much more damage than the other systems or like other builds. And those were just super unicorn pieces. And in that case was just like, yeah, if you didn't have those, good luck trying to get them. Looks very complicated. I mean, yeah, it's already a system you're not familiar with, but it was also just overly complicated. Just the simplicity and repeatability of Division 2 system. In Division 2, you can just copy somebody else's build and without too much hassle have the exact same pieces. It was also in the old system, like the old system as well would have, you know, maybe been a little bit more salvageable because back then also we didn't have like library, right? You had to have the stat on this one piece and it would just be removed from this one piece and put on this other piece. That was what recalibration was. So you weren't putting like just a max stat out in there. If you wanted that max stat, you had to have it at the ready. Let's actually blow this up as well. Well, actually, there wasn't anything in there, right? And thank you for relaying that, I'm guessing. Well, say hi back. I actually remember to maybe send Tickle some of those links with guys that I don't think was familiar with the other LMG tables. You might actually enjoy those.
Additional hostiles detected.
Trust me.
I'll let my bombs do the talking.
I need to be on this side, right?
Active defense systems in the exhibition. Proceed with caution.
Proceed with caution. I like the inflections there. Oh, hi.
Weak point detected.
It's a lot of people.
Hostile defenses disabled.
Let's have all the blue bars.
Keep sweeping the museum. You need to find the Rat Queen.
Wait, I'm a janitor now? I have to sweep? You had told me that, I wouldn't put bullet holes everywhere. I have to sweep it all up. And if you would like to see what the gear system, I think they have a good system now. But yeah, we'll likely see what will effectively be a reset. I don't think, kind of in going from Division 1 to 2, we'll see if we see brands again. To walk in a garden is to travel through time, to feel the same earth beneath your feet that your ancestors felt, to breathe the air that passes through their lungs. Can I see what's behind here? No. Watch life. Watch life. Something to death. Each flower blooms. Watch life. Yeah. But yeah, I would need to see kind of something similar. Nothing like. I feel Division 2 system is still like, yeah, better now with Gear 2.0 than 1, for instance. So more leaning towards 2, where we do have, you know, player expression kind of through stats, so that we can do some of the things we can do in Division 2, but not in 1. Gear 1.0 kind of system was way too complex, and also just to kind of copy from and such. So I wonder what they will do, kind of, because actually, yeah, Gear 1.0 was kind of a continuation of Division 1 system in a very like obvious sense. It was just less tied to certain stats, so you could actually put any stat anywhere. Actually, I think I went and filled up all these hardcores with all the resources. In terms of the endless before from the unicorns can 2 times in a row. Yeah. I remember like farming Aroldi masks whenever like back after they added in targeted, because also, yeah, back in Division 1 or Division 2, well, Division 1 to 1 as well. But in Division 2 didn't start with targeted loot. Targeted loot didn't come in until like we were quite a bit into Year 1. So it was still before Gear 2.0. But then, yeah, you had some stuff, because there was also a whole stat allocation system in that system, which if they had taken that out, or at least like optimization would have kind of helped with that. But there was a whole stat allocation system that meant that, like, if one role is a lot, the other role can't be that, like, there's a maximum amount that the stats can be, and it's not both full. You couldn't have actual god rolls. If, you know, like, it would be in this terms, it would be if this bar is full, this bar can only be half. If this bar is half, this bar can be full, or the other, you can have both of them be half. But there's an allocation system that kind of, you know, makes it so that there's only so good of a stat that you can get out of it, which meant that, yeah, you wanted to recalibrate one stat over from a different piece. But that was, for instance, yeah, Araldi mask had DTE on the mask. They had one red stat, and they had the highest chances of rolling a really high DTE stat that you wanted to take from the mask and then put on a different mask. Stuff like that. Isn't there a 6-piece gear set bonuses? Yeah. Well, actually, Division 2 had that as well. Originally, when Division 2 came out, gear sets were 6 pieces. So there's actually pictures floating around if you search for, like, Negotiator Year 1 or something. You'll find Negotiator hardwired with their six piece. Turned out, because of brand bonuses, that was like very poorly balanced. Because brand bonuses were just the way that they had balanced them didn't make sense. So they took it down to 4 pieces. And they kind of then stayed that way. And also the 4 pieces system that they have now is much better than the classifieds. Classifieds was gives way to actually. I was wondering, I caught that way later. No refill, but yeah, life gives way to. Yeah, that kind of like. I was like, wait, what? What is that? But I now just realized that I was doing that earlier. Because a little ADHD-ish. Would I like to see those return? No, because actually classifieds in Division 1 kind of ruined diversity. You would go classified. Like there's only, in Division 1, I would say there's one gear set where you don't take the 6-piece. If you have it. Because you also have to get classified pieces, which are, so they had, it wasn't just striker drops. There was a better striker drop, which was classified, and that had like an extra mark on it. And that had better stats. And that was also the only one that you could, you had to equip 6 pieces of that level of striker to get the 6-piece bonus. So there's a whole system there. Now you could just remove that and have it not be classified and such, so harder to get pieces and stuff. But because it's 6 pieces, you kind of are locked into, you have to go those 6 pieces. Here we have, just striker, obliterate striker.
Before your queen?
Having those 2 pieces be high end really helps with kind of having a little bit of variety. Because without that 6-piece, for instance, purple take OD versus normal OD, right? Like, you can still kind of do it, but they're not that different now. Also exotics, of course. But in Division 1 was just only Tactician was one that you would run either 4 or 5 pieces, which was a skill build. And the only reason for that was just that the 6-piece was not the greatest talent. Oh yeah, should watch out here, actually. 2 heavies.
Tracking Sarah Moretti's biometric signature. Target located on the roof.
The roof. The roof is where's Moretti. We don't need no Parnell. Where did you go? They're not going
Hostile reinforcements detected.
Can't see shit. Okay. Stun locking with the Scorpio. Not that these guys are really a danger or normal, but still. Safety first. Well, that's also what I would do to them on work. On hardcore, at least.
Your time's up.
Agent, get to the roof. I need to talk to Sarah. I need to know why she would do this.
Okay, you guys talk. I'm just gonna go home. You guys figure it out. Also, I keep forgetting. Last time as well, just standing in this elevator and not hitting the button. Oh, you got the capital then. Nice. Invade this the stronghold. Spec points. Yeah, they removed. That is indeed the new. What? I didn't know this was an option. Why can't we go back? Oh, just so we are out of... Oh, this is a way of getting out of combat. Yeah. Okay. But then just... They could have just not put us in combat here. The fuck? But yeah, it's just the 3 strongholds now. You no longer have the missions leading to them. One thing you can do as well, actually, before you go to Woni or anything, or just before you kind of complete the strongholds and such, there is also the bounties. There's the level 30 bounty system is still there when you're at that point. Although I think you have that until you go to Wony. If you go to Wony, you don't have to. But yeah, you can do some of the bounties of that and get some spec points from that as well. Then we'll cover all the fog of war in Brooklyn. It's if you're hovering over the map, it'll say in the upper right, like where it says now Art Museum and stuff, it'll have a percentage for the fog of war. Well, yeah, pretty much, but I'm sure. Yeah, they seem pretty set with this gear system. They haven't like fiddled too much with it. You can say something about this, but any idea whether directives add that much better drop chances, exotic card roll and stuff? We know for a fact that the drop rates for targeted loot are especially affected by that. Exotics and stuff, you just get more loot, so you can have better chances at that. But it's just the drop rate for targeted loot that is affected by the directives. The base of it is kind of by the difficulty, and then on top of that you get an amount because of how many directives you have. So the difficulty still is actually the biggest. Are these all Russians?
This isn't my tech. There's no way the Rikers could make a shield like that for Sarah. Agent, as long as that thing's active, there's no way
on this fight in general, you want to keep one enemy alive.
Mobile battery. There's an EMP on the roof. Must be some kind of failsafe. Get the generators online to power the EMP so we can knock out her shield.
Yeah, I'm standing by the thing. Theo, shut up and let me hit it. Good one is just too simple and boring. I would disagree. We have plenty of variety in here. I would say just the Gear 1.0 was just way too complex. And that's kind of fine if you live and breathe Division, but that's not the case for a lot of people. I don't think Division would have actually really kept around, because keep in mind that there is a lot of people that play this game and they don't really have a decent understanding of the mechanics, but what they can do is just copy somebody's build, right?
Now's your chance, Agent.
But that's not going to be the case. Like with Gear 1.0, it was just you couldn't really copy somebody's build because sometimes they were just way too difficult of stats to get in general. I think as well, for a lot of people, if we went back to that system, just as many, just those same people would also likely bitch about that one. Because there's a lot of nostalgia towards it, which, yeah. Which I wouldn't say is per se the conducive to the discussion about it. Also, a lot of people are they want the Clutch Berserk back, but for instance, in my case, I'm happy Clutch Berserk is not part of the game. I feel it was an very overpowered build style. Like it just heal itself. We didn't use healers in raids and stuff. Like, why would you? They get in the way. And stuff like that. Because I would definitely agree with Gear 2.0 being simpler, but boring. Man, we still do plenty with it. There's still plenty of places to express. Yeah, let me get you over here. We're in the 6 points, so decent. Yeah. And that's kind of the thing with the classifieds in Div 1. They also kind of dumped them at the end and just went, here, have these, and that's kind of the last update. And they really did mess with the balance. Because also, none of the game is really balanced around
I can't believe Sarah's alive.
Like
I need to know why she would
full blast, fully optimized classified builds. I mean, some of the heroic incursions and stuff come close.
Sarah Moretti vital signs are acceptable. Recovery team on site to extract the hostile.
But also the stat system in Division 1 is a lot more limited. Like every piece has a few stats that it can have on it, which basically means that, you know, everybody's build kind of looks the same. Yeah, let me get you up here. Can we hide? Yeah. That's understandable. What is just 31, not here, it's 30 system. Oh, maybe it starts after the first invasion. Because yeah, I would always also start in World Tier 2, right? But yeah, in World Tier 2 you have the bandies. So you have to finish a strong one. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. 99%, yeah. I have that as well on some of my characters. The annoying thing is it's kind of hard to tell where the part is, like where that little bit is. Well, likely if you play around enough on Brooklyn, just go do some activities, because it's likely maybe a tiny piece, because there might be things like, you know, there's like a tiny piece like here, but you can't really even see it, but it's like there. What I did as well is make sure to go around the edge here on the outsides and just get that. Definitely like make the edges go away. Let me get a little more. It's scary for you. You'll get used to it. And there's also builds that help deal with some directives, especially the ammo directives and stuff. For instance, running OD in the team or being an OD. What did Berserk do? It was the less armor you had, the more damage you did. But what we could do in Division 1, or in Gear 1, in Gear 1.0 in Division 2, you could actually pump up your health quite a bit. So we would basically, instead of, you know, going blue cores, we'll just go into health, get our health to actually be more than even our armor, and then just get shot. And then clutch healed health. So while we were shooting, whenever you critted, so you wanted to also have high crit, clutch was basically healing up your health, and it was doing a really good job at that. So you could just stand sometimes. If it was one enemy, kind of like a tech tank, you could just stand in front of one enemy like indefinitely. If it was maybe like 2 or 3 enemies, you know, as long as you're shooting, you would be kind of safe. So clutch was kind of keeping your health up and kind of keeping you alive. And then Berserk was just, you know, your armor wasn't there at all, so you were doing a ton more. I don't remember the exact percentages of it though, but it was a lot. Try today new farmers. Of course, Killer is much stronger. Oh, the Huntsman. Although, well, Killer, when active, Huntsman does compete pretty well. As today, the video of it went up. Actually, how is that video doing? Just for my own curiosity. Okay, doing pretty well for itself. Actually, yeah, the channel. It's kind of cool to see. I'm guessing it's also a lot because of the, you know, the DLC and such, but there's a lot of interest. We've gone up quite a bit in like viewer counts and subscribers and stuff like that. So I've been quite happy with that. And yeah, yay. Could be in emissions and it looks foggy. It can be kind of like, yeah, it could be. As for instance, yeah, these missions, well, not these missions, right? But just like these missions. Well, I feel like whenever you do any of these missions, you're like running around enough that it uncovers all of it. But yeah, just have a look if you have, and make sure to like, yeah, like you can move your camera. So because it might be like, you know, the common camera is like this, and it might be just like that little piece there, right? That is kind of like right behind it or something. But yeah, doing all the corners and stuff. And I think this corner, so one of the things I had with the other character, this corner is kind of, they tied it to here. So whenever you actually spot whatever's here, or kind of be in here, it removes that. Because yeah, that mission, you don't go far enough that way. So make sure to kind of make the edge here, and that takes that away on the pier one. Hunting in rig, which yeah, fun. Well, I'm gonna stick to finishing up this hardcore. We have one more mission to go with them, so let's bang this out, and then likely that will be it for me for this evening. And then these guys are just chatting, and casually a hunter walks in.
Such a baby.
It hurts.
Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have punched a wall.
Better a wall than Sarah's face.
She deserves it.
Punch her face.
Ow.
You're fine. It's not broken. You don't even need a bandage. What'd she tell you?
Cookie recipe.
Danvers is the one running the show.
And where does he run the show from?
Richard Danvers' last known location. Army Terminal. Status unknown.
Thanks, Anna.
You're welcome.
Anyway, this is why I'm wearing hunter gear. They just look so
Agent,
off.
this is probably a trap. We don't know much about him, and I have no idea what you'll be walking into. But we do have an ID and a location. If we want this to end, you need to take out Danvers.
If we need this to end, you need to take out Danvers. Yeah. Sounds broken. It was kind of. It was also the combination of the two. It wasn't just Berserk. It wasn't just Clutch. It was Clutch Berserk together, living in perfect harmony, killing everyone with you and me. Explain it all myself. I always said, yeah. I was always happy to hear you guys are enjoying it enough to also go like, hey, other people enjoy it too. Yeah, so let's go do Army Terminal. This guy's saluting. I do have a scope on AR. This guy running focus. Doesn't have the extended mag. What a noob. Actually, it's interesting that the NPCs here, that they've made a whole new set of NPCs and such for the kind of, you know, the fighters and stuff. The people that answer the call for reinforcements and such as well. Yeah, let's go to Army Terminal. Terminally at the Army. Let's go. Forgot how to fast travel for a second. When talking Division 1, so I tried doing the Division 1 fast travel with just clicking it and then pressing X. And actually next week as well, I'll be playing a bunch of Division 1. Because on the 9th, which is next Monday, there's a global event. So I'll be spending a bunch of time there.
The Cleaners leader is confirmed at the Army Terminal. Danvers is your priority. Take out the hostiles and figure out what the hell he's been planning.
What the hell he's been planning. It turns out it's just a surprise birthday party. Sarah's in on the joke. Everybody except us was in the joke.
Hostiles detected.
It's just surprise. This is or that's what this is, right? This is just a elaborate gender reveal party. It's just, what gender is Parnell's baby? Well, it's whatever the Marauder like laser color is or something. It's whatever color the Zeppelin is at the end. Wait, did I say May or no June? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, next week, starting Monday, next Monday. Because there's basically one every month, and we've had 4 so far. This is the 5th one, and there's 6 in total. So they do all 6, and then they rotate them again. And actually, on this one, I haven't done any of the commendations and stuff, so I'm gonna be jumping in there. I'm gonna have 2 goals going in, and that is to finish the commendation and also get reward tier 2 on the general leaderboards, because that gets you the cosmetics. There's also reward tier 3, but there are so many people that kind of like no life the game to get reward tier 3 that it's kind of close to impossible to get reward tier 3 unless you're basically unless you're like doing shenanigans. It's not per se cheating, but it is definitely cheesing. Omeletting du fromages. And this room, I always just the constant kind of white noise because of the flame things. Not the biggest fan. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, even for story mode. Oh, that's fine. Like we're super painful.
Agent, get out of there. Push through the main gates ahead. We need to find Danvers.
It's not a undergeared character. Somebody the one was September 2023. Awesome game indeed. I mean, it's still an awesome game. Although, yeah, basically, for me to go into Division 1, it's definitely one of those I need to have something to do. So I can't just play it. I'm just kind of become aimless quickly.
Hostile radio intercepted.
So especially having the commendations to get for the global events.
All key personnel report for extraction. This is not a drill.
Also, actually, yeah, with the other global events, I had it. I also was
Active turrets detected.
very interested in
Generator located nearby.
and also getting some of the builds. But now actually I'm kind of done with getting any builds. I don't think actually I even need any.
Hostile defenses disabled.
That guy despawns right there. Because there was a guy stuck in the ground there.
Hostiles detected.
And even more hostiles. There's also one of the things with Div 1 is the like first of all I just enjoy playing Div 2 definitely more. But it's kind of fun to just take a break and just, you know, we've been binging Division 2 quite a bit this week. But also actually likely this weekend. Well, as you're gonna see though, because I wanted to already have done a little bit of the build collection, but with the Delta issues, hasn't worked out. I might actually jump on the weekend into maybe some Warframe. Also, I might not, and just use it for build collectioning. Or just leveling up that other hardcore Mostly because, yeah, I just don't want to play main account much while the 3 times are up and stuff. I just generally don't play main account at all when 3 or 5 times is up. I'd rather just level at my, like, the pace I'm kind of used to. That's all the 3 times is fun for now. It makes every other time feel... To me, the 3 times isn't per se 3 times faster, it's just everything else becomes 3 times slower. Once you get used to it. And even more so with 5 times.
You're gonna have to find another way out. You can't go back the way you came.
You are the 1%. 1% of what? What did you find? A new mask only good for ongoing directive. Currently, it's not good for anything. It's broken. It doesn't give the weapon damage that it states that it does. And because of that, it is completely useless. Unlikely as well. If I am right in what is actually broken, which is that it just gives you 1 stack. Because it seems to just give you 2 weapon damage, so... So what happens to this turret? Does it just go away? Can I stack on you? Oh, interesting. A turret I can't stack on. Huh.
Unable to bypass electronic lock.
The Black Tusk really don't want us to see what's on the other side of that door, huh? Agent, find a way to unlock that door.
I mean, yeah, these Black Tusks definitely don't want me to see what's on the other side of this door. Nor these Black Tusks. I'm gonna put more first on but future builds when it's fixed. Yeah, OD will be a decent pick for it, but the thing is, Tinkerer is gonna come in like 2 months, a little over 2 months. And Tinkerer is just gonna be very good for OD. Because yeah, especially OD has, you know, Sadist available, a really good talent. Plus, you can then put either pressure points, which is 15%, which, you know, already really good, or Vindictive, which is a little less on the player themselves, but, you know, group-wide, so...
Door status update unlocked.
Or Killer. Killer would be more like, I think on that you would just go like Pressure Point. The consistency of Pressure Point would just be better, like it's always on. And say this is always, well, not always, but you know, you'll have the bleed rounds up a lot of the time, or you should be. Like that's the goal of the build. So.
SMR confirmed. Black Tusk mobile nuclear reactor on site.
Holy shit. This could solve our power problems. With Penco out of commission, we need to
we found ASMR.
Agent, secure that reactor.
Actually, yeah. What I of course mean is we found ASMR.
Take out the hostile. We can't let them derail the op.
I mean, I'm not... This thing isn't on rails, it's on wheels.
Damn it. They overloaded the core, now the power's arcing. Agent, you need to stabilize the brakes to save the reactor.
And this guy has blue and red, or blue and yellow. I mean, so we really had to destroy his skill there. Even on normal, he barely was taking damage. It's quite the reduction on that. What a dum-dum, that guy. Watch me get shocked in a second now. Right. That was always this one? Or is it that one and then this one? Oh, it's random.
The power's still unstable.
Huh.
There must be another short somewhere. Keep looking, Agent.
We got TIC! Little kid, you're not gonna survive this!
Yeah, the double reduction, even on normal, is actually... when you have someone with the yellow and they have a thing out, together with the blue, it's actually quite a bit. Yeah. Spaten. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Here as well, it's on this side and not that side.
Agent, you're clear. Keep going. We need to find Danvers and figure out what the hell the Black Tusk are up to.
Whatever it is, it's gonna be big.
Let's go looking for clues.
You're a good soldier. You should join us.
Oh, is that where Manny is? I was wondering where he was. Haven't seen him in a while. But where's Kelso? And did she say something about where she went? And why?
Ready to deploy.
Streamline. Even from a purple weapon doesn't matter. Get in my library. But yeah, still actually don't have pressure points on ARs on this again. Oh, have I still... This is how little I loot items, apparently. So, we've had this journey quite open for quite a while. Loot items are specialized or higher quality. Oh, wait, what happened? Something happened. Oh, holy hells. Hells bells. Oh, and a hater tickle. And thank you so much for the raid again. As always, much appreciated. Yeah, thank you very much for raiding this away. Hey, I hope you had a good stream, and yeah, welcome in raiders. I'm kind of running a hardcore through Brooklyn. That's where we are, and that's why we are on normal as well there. And thank you so much there, Tats Gaming, for gifting 10 subs. That is very generous of you, and thank you very much. I very much appreciate your patronage, and yeah, we'll be sure to buy some silly apparels with that in the future. And I think everybody that yeah got a gifted there will very much appreciate it as well. And yeah, either Tiny and Cobra and the double Gustavo. And that's... And yeah, welcome in all. Yeah, Sunset as well. And yeah, let's actually let's finish this up as I'm just running this hardcore through. On this hardcore, Delta 03 incoming. I'm guessing. No? Okay. That didn't fill me with confidence there. That door not opening. Let's see if the waves spawn here. Okay, that trigger point is still happening. Okay.
Hostiles detected.
It's fine. It was just the game wasn't awake anymore. Game was taking a nap. Let's make sure I don't lose my memento stacks. That's it. Second account of mine where we are now. Oh, a few hardcores. This hardcore is kind of more the one I'm a little bit more precious with. Kind of kept them around for a while, and then I have also a different hardcore slot where I actually
Agent, we got a nuclear reactor powering
play on heroic most of the time and stuff, and then lose them once in a while. But yeah, I wanted to get this one as they also have done Woni. Wanted to do Brooklyn with them as well.
But do you even have a clue what he's been cooking up in that basement bunker of his?
But also not too much going for a challenge or something. I hope everybody's also kind of enjoying their Thursday so far. Getting closer to the weekend.
Scan complete. Multiple Black Tusk warhounds detected.
Yeah, this part.
Offline.
This is too much hardware and sheeting for a warhound factory.
So one of the things we already know here as well is stacking wise, we can just use these warhounds to stack on, even when they're deactivated. I have to clear first. But yeah, we can just shoot them even though they're immune. We can get striker stacks on them, so I can do a little bit of this. Oh, the shock goes through, oh. Even though they're immune. That's interesting.
Black Tusk workstation on encrypted network detected.
Agent, have Anna hack the workstation. Maybe we'll have intel to help us figure out what the Black Tusk are doing.
Download initiated. Hostiles incoming.
You know what? We have a lot of this ammo. Let's.
Agent warhound activated.
I gotta get out of there quick.
50% complete.
The increased reserves on the specialization weapons actually as well being a not discussed
Agent warhound
patch
activated.
note. It's kind of weird because they raise the reserves. Not how much you have in the mag, but how much you can have behind you.
Download complete.
Agent, disable any remaining.
It's actually a pretty
The Black Tusk will love
pretty
that.
nice. Although for instance TAC 50 and stuff, it might
Workstation
be
destroyed.
a lot. You can run the 50
Workstation
for.
destroyed.
I mean, you always could already. You can run it for quite a lot. I got it there. A little love. Thank you very much. And yeah, that was a lot of love.
Workstation
But yeah,
destroyed.
very much appreciated, and we'll be sure to waste it on in your honor on some apparels and such.
Workstation destroyed.
I did actually today buy that white
I've analyzed the
suit
intel you recovered. Not only
just
are
for
the
the
Black Tusk
use in the
developing new
video
equipment here with the Purple
that went
Flame,
up today.
but they're shipping most of it out of state. There's another file here that's still encrypted.
Huntsman. I was about to say
Running a
Heartbreaker,
program
but
now to figure out
Huntsman.
what they're hiding.
So it's kind of wanted to have it in there. And just started trying hardcore and give it a try. It is well worth it, especially if you have no like major issues with it. Some people have issues with the game still, like
Hold the work. This is the last transpo.
you know, they get sometimes deltas or crashes. For me, this is like it's been very stable.
Hostiles detected.
Outside of, you know, for instance, yeah, Countdown Crash. Although actually I haven't seen if the Countdown Crash is still there, but I haven't also played much Countdown this season yet. But yeah, if you have already, because for some people as well, they just, you know, I know people that play hardcore on Wi-Fi, and yeah, that has cost them. But also, like, that's their only option, kind of. They're, you know, they're. Oh yeah, and then we get these guys. You guys know what stealth is. Also, this guy comes like out of a wall. Also, that guy's a little misplaced. I didn't actually pay attention to them from that. But I feel if they came out and they just opened the window and came out, I would actually, you know, if I had Fog of War on or something, I would maybe miss that they're spawning. But they make the most noise possible.
Going out. Yeah, right there. Got a target.
Just let that thing explode. I'm becoming more and more aggressive, which is kind of fine here, but
Disconnect the back
Might actually go around and get some stuff out of the world, and I might do that on heroic. Have a little bit more of a bite. Although, like, you know, we'll jump on the other, once we're done here. Might jump on the other hardcore and level up a little bit there. That one still can use some specialization points and such. But yeah, hardcore is well worth trying nowadays. It's actually a lot of fun. It's also somewhat of a fresh start without being a full fresh start, because you still share your account shared blueprints and your account shared resources. You'll have access to that once you're level 30 on the hardcore. So it's not a complete fresh start, but yeah, you kind of start without, you know, all your gear there and stuff. So it becomes actually gearing up again and stuff like that, which, especially if you've played the game for a lot, you know, it's been a while since you've had to lately actually go out and, you know, farm some strikers or heartbreakers or whatever. Shoot at those things. First time through, I totally did not find these things. We just kind of, they try to introduce it somewhat with like the servers. But the servers it marks, and this then it doesn't, which is a little odd.
Firing on target.
But yeah, I just ran through them. Out of memento on to regen you. Speaking of which, actually, let's ult.
We ready for liftoff? Almost. Just need to do a few safety checks and we're ready to go.
Agent, you need to get to the roof. If they lift off, we'll lose Danvers.
Yeah, let's not lose Danvers. Oh yeah, I'm gonna actually skip that loot there. The button is over there, but we're normal. Let's go finish it up. And not much competes with on hardcore. Being, for instance, on going to farm on heroic, and then once in a while you'll have a fight that is just, you know, kind of going sideways. And by the skin of your teeth you make it, and it's just like pounding heart and you feel alive. It's kind of the real pleasure from it.
Okay, seriously. What the hell needs this?
Also, yeah, if you want some tips and tricks, actually, yeah, for those maybe joining and not too familiar with me or my my what I do, is I'll link on the Twitch end to the YouTube end. And not too long ago, actually, just before the end of last season, because that's when I leveled up another hardcore. I basically took the, because that's also the thing now, we no longer need watch alts, right? The watch alt slot is not a thing anymore. So you might as well make a hardcore in there if you're gonna use it up. And that's what I did actually already last season. I already traded in my watch alt slot into a hardcore. And there's actually a video on the channel which kind of goes over basically tips and tricks and like how it is nowadays. And
oh fuck, they have a Zeppelin.
Yeah,
All personnel still on the ground. Get to the roof and stop that agent.
some tips that
No. They're arming purple flame
you may not know. Also, especially what is and isn't shared between hardcore and not hardcore. Because the hardcores aren't completely separate from the softcores. You can't play together, but especially on accounts, you have account shared blueprints, you have account shared resources. All of that carries across. Come on, send some drones. And I'm still sad that it's not, you know, it's sending fire bombs towards us and not electric or something. Just so we could call it the Zeppelin if it did electric attacks. Because now it's just the Zeppelin with fire attacks and drones. But if it did electric attacks, it would have been a Zeppelin. I'll see myself out. Wait, this is my house. Sort of opinion on the shield skill and survival compared to others. And non-shield build for legendary content. Generally, in legendary, I already don't run fields. Like on red builds and stuff. I like, for instance, here on hardcore, or in, for instance, when I play solo, I play a style build tech tanks. That's a 6-tier shield, and that's kind of the shield that I'm used to. So whenever I use a 0-tier shield, I just hate it. I end up using much more skills there that, you know, can be helpful. Because just running Revive Hive Impulse or EMP Sticky is kind of my go-to for, or EMP Sticky Impulse, or nowadays as well, of course, the Smart Cover.
Laser Marauder detected.
Even a 0-tier one of those is really strong, but also if our, because usually we run together with Foam Eclipse. Oh, I forgot now. Sudden laser.
25% complete. Terminal offline.
Even this guy still kills my shield.
Agent, re-engage the hack.
Well, there's 5 tiers, not 6 tiers.
Laser Marauder destroyed.
Oh yeah, no 1% catalyst. Because that's likely the drop rate on normal and story. Kind of like the other specific source ones. I have to reinitiate this.
Sam coming online.
Anyway, glad to have caused some pain there. I see. That's what we're here for.
I've accessed the Zeppelin security systems and flight plan. We've got a small window where it will be in range of the SAMs.
Yeah, that whole voice line set actually makes no sense to me still. There's a small window, like, what do you mean? These are SAMs. The whole point is that there's a very large window where the Zeppelin is still in range. Because it would make much more sense of like, hey, we don't want it to crash on top of like people. Wait for it to be over the water or something. Yeah. Hey, it looks like it's heading over the water. Wait a second before firing. So it doesn't crash on top of the bridge. But in general, for legendary, like what we go with is strikers. Just chest strikers quite often. Kind of depends on the team. Sometimes with modifiers and a good team, chest strikers is actually overkill and we just go obliterate striker because things are dying too fast. As opposed to that, you know, non-son of a bitch dammers. Thank you for explaining, Captain Obvious. The Zeppelin is too slow to turn. Yeah, no shit, it's a Zeppelin.
Holy shit! You did it! You saved us.
I did do it.
Danvers. Thank you, Agent.
How much you want to bet Danvers is still alive?
Intel detected.
He's gonna wash up the shore. I'm playing the blue Seggers with the name Bellstone back for this season. It's been fun. No, you can actually definitely pull a few blue cores. Like, for instance, actually on this hardcore, like I run this mostly. But I would say Memento is like way too good solo, especially. To kind of give up.
They leave rogue tech lying around everywhere. No one's
Like, Memento is one of the top pieces solo.
Lucky us.
The short range Sam, I'm very fast. No way. Yep.
Oh, there's nothing I can do. There's only one key to the vault where they keep the Amherst printer. That key is on a chain around.
They're SRMs, not LRMs, right?
Can you recruit her?
No. She loves him too much to betray him.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, it's a very fast Zeppelin. It's not a Zeppelin. It's not a Zeppelin. It's a Vroomelin.
Well, let's give him a reason to get out of town.
It's a Zoomelin. Actually, that makes more sense.
Agent, clear the site and signal bell for extraction.
Zoom. But yeah, what it actually is a blimp. It's a blimp. Why did I get that pop up on this character? What? It's a Zoomelin. Video your break videos. The one particularly I went to spawns and game knowledge is what really made me rethink my builds. Yeah, let's keep in mind as well. I might be worth a watch. I did a video not too long ago. It's called it's not the build dummy. Going over explaining that the build is important. It's kind of like your vehicle. Having a better vehicle can definitely make the difference, but a better player can, with a worse vehicle, do the same. But at the end of the day, the thing is that you might as well make the best vehicle that you can, but then also you need to become a better driver, because not every driver can, you know, not everybody can get into an F1 car and actually not instantly spin it. That was the video. Yeah. I'm actually going to make somewhat follow-ups to that one as well, where we're going to go into toolboxes, like a red toolbox, a yellow toolbox, and kind of discuss...
Show me.
Remember, it's just a tool.
It's only a weapon.
Random hunter in the background.
That bullshit is gonna get us killed.
This is why I'm wearing the hunter set. It just looks very silly in all the cutscenes. There's just random hunter standing there. So those will be upcoming. Just kind of more specifically. I feel this whole season I'm gonna, once we're through the numbers and stuff, I want to kind of focus on
we only use the printer for vaccines.
Leaning more towards explaining, like,
the Eclipse was research.
Also, how do you become a better player? There's also the Improving Yourself series, if you haven't watched that yet. That's kind of the,
No, it doesn't.
The starting point
there's
for all of
always
this.
going to be a target, so the printer makes us a slightly larger target. It's worth the risk.
But they came for the printer. Look, you left that key around my neck, and you never thought to tell me what it was protecting? You know what, Theo?
There's
Fuck
you.
Put me and my family in danger.
The unicorn lingmo. Oh yeah, I read that completely. Like, why is I read that just as why are unicorns? Usually they're better. The Lingmo one, it does a little bit better on the tick. It does a little bit better, worse on the main damage, but a tiny bit, but a little bit more than that on the tick. Versus the sacrifice version.
Hoskins will get what she has to.
With 10% less of that incoming damage. And that 10% less is, you do feel it. But also, yeah, the tick is like the damage in DPS is tiny, but the damage difference in tick is actually a little bit more. So I do see it as an upgrade over the sacrifice version. But also not even to the degree of the Habsburg or something. Like the Habsburg over Chainkiller plus Gift, Chainkiller plus Araldi, like the two-piece Habsburg is a much bigger upgrade than the Lingmo chest. Yeah, so we finished up Brooklyn. Actually, at some point, yeah, I should go hunt the hunters. Go meet me brothers. Actually, yeah, now that the story is over, let's go back to not having that mask on. Just looks a little bit too much. And yeah, we'll go back to the YOLO cap, reminding us that because in this mode, it is the truest cap. You only live once.
Hey, you looking to trade?
Let's pop all these caches, because we got 16 levels there going through all this, even on normal. Although we even opened up some earlier. So it's kind of that, but let's make Regulus build. Yeah. Although the thing is, for instance, with that, you can improve as well. And putting yourself in the situation where you kind of have to improve, there might be that. But yeah, you have to know your limitations. You have to know where you can improve. And then also just kind of know the basics mechanically of the game. Like, for instance, just the pure basics of positioning and such. Like not putting yourself in the middle of the room, putting yourselves in the corner, you know, fighting one enemy at a time if you can. Those kind of things. Easy to kill elites with spread, for instance, but just the spread does more. Like the ticks of the pesty do more. And combined, you're a little bit ahead. If you kind of combine it with like one full tick going around, you're doing more with the Langmo. So that's not results. Make your large fights into many smaller ones. Indeed. Yeah, that's kind of the basics of like positioning and like making it so that you're not fighting everyone at once. For instance, as well, just not setting yourself where you can shoot at everyone, because yeah, if you can shoot at everyone, everyone can shoot at you. That is, it may seem obvious, but yeah, you have to sometimes actually, you know, take action to not accidentally do that. Any of these detox? No. Because this, for instance, is also a thing on hardcore on 10% pulse resistance. Sure, fine, why not? There's also a thing on hardcore is just, I still actually care a little bit about gear because I just don't have everything already. So then what would they run on the Heartbreaker Tech Tank? Kingbreaker is definitely a top contender, as said there. You could just run Caretaker, or no, well, yeah, you could run Caretaker, but then just with Link Laser Pointer. Because actually you can run weapons with Killer and such as well. And have decent results with it. But yeah, Kingbreaker, otherwise M4 or P4 16. Actually P4 16 first. Let's put that pulse resistance mod away. Yeah, so this hardcore is now done with this Brooklyn. Let's actually swap over to the other one and actually do some of the... Maybe we do a few daily bounties, just getting some specialization points. Maybe we do the invasion, and I might just do it on heroic.
Safe area detected.
But I don't like the mag camp. Yeah, also the RPM is a little too low. P416 or more M4 is kind of with flatline, or Kingbreaker. Kingbreaker is kind of ahead of the other two still a little bit. But yeah, let's swap over. But yeah, Kingbreaker has like the handling, the handling of a pick. That's kind of fine if you do play at close range. Just break the glass for a little bit during the play session. Like because you don't have options. No, that's not a bad one indeed as well. I always call glass is one of the best teachers in the game. There is nothing that really teaches you so much about the game as glass, because you have to. You either adapt or die, in a quite literal sense. Yeah, let's grab on this as well. I'm gonna just grab preservation just so I can still be aggressive. I'm gonna actually go for does that have a palisade chest? Because that could just also be doable, but I don't think so. And crafting is gonna be a little expensive. Here's what I'm going with Grupo. This is just the best chest that I have. This is kind of the thing with hardcore as well. I don't have an extra Cheska chest at the moment. I have this one, but this is Pulse. Or this would be tied to Spotter, and I'm running Striker, so meh. So we're running the Grupo because that's the best I have. It's kind of also the nice things there. Yeah, let's actually go meet Wally as well. Just get this thing away. But first, yeah, let's actually... let's leave the world on normal because, yeah, we're going to do some bounties. Oh, I still have those Black Tusk bounties as well, likely, but they're also all normal. I'm kind of sick of playing on normal. Because it might be nice to put some of the early points here. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe. Because I have these Black Tusk bounties, you get these while doing the liberation or the invasion, what used to be the world tiers, but the invasion. All of these also give 3 demolition points. So, or 3 specialization points. So let's go clear them up. They're gonna be easy. Way too easy, but let's just clear them up and hoover up those specialization points. New players, that's what I'm teaching in real time. Yeah, that can indeed be just being a mentor, especially. And yeah, as well, that other point that you made there is also very much. I kind of maybe want to make that video. It's an older video, and actually, yeah, likely still well worth watching. One of the older, for no particular reasons. Actually, yeah, it was in response to a certain person, wasn't it? But yeah, just to effectively, the moral of the story out of it is you should die more in video games. But yeah, it's well worth actually being someone who here or there dies. Not on hardcore, of course. You don't want to die here, but in normal gameplay, you should be fine with dying because that means that you at least are kind of on the close to the edge. Like well, it can also be that you're like just doing dumb stuff. But if you're playing well and you still die, that means that you're kind of, you know, you're putting yourself out there and actually still trying to do the most damage. Because honestly, it's very easy to become complacent and kind of just be, you know, hanging in the back and not doing the damage that you could do. So this one came here. Let's actually bounty cheese this. I realize now. On these hardcores, I kept it so that they actually have the bounty cheese area, at least. Like, I haven't done these bounties. So actually, that was a bounty from here. It went here. I'm going to take the bounty from here. This is also going to go here. Where we also get 3 demolitionist points. And the reason I'm coming all the way up here is I'm just barely outside of the bounty area. We could, of course, set myself up where we actually bounty cheese from, but yeah, why risk it? Actually, let's see if we can do facing here. Yeah. forcing the spawn over there.
That's your target.
The Yank.
Target neutralized. Good work.
The Yank is dead.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Ironically, he was British. And he wasn't just British, he was British. Yeah, let's keep cleaning this. Enough cooldown for crit chance instead of building tiers. Yeah, that's also a good way indeed to make use of the modifier quite a bit. Actually, I should, I don't have any modifiers equipped here. Should I equip some? Might be handy. Indeed, yeah, pushing the limits. You have to, like, if you're always playing it safe, you're never, like, doing your best damage. So it's better to be kind of trying to do more, and then if you die here or there, like, that's just part of the deal. I have broken link, actually. Yeah, let's take assault link. I think as well here, because I have now best kind of defense. Yeah, sure. I don't need that.
Target is near you, Agent.
Might as well have a little bit more. Might as well have a little bit more damage there, because we are hitting some headshots here and there, especially when we get close. Bouncy. Bouncy Baumgartner. Quite the name. You know what? What this Scorpio needs? Shock rounds. Because why just say fuck you once when you can say fuck you with every round?
That's the target, Agent. Target down. Good job.
Oh, there's no heavy. I thought it was just voice lines from the named. So bad that these none of these are like challenging or something. Well, that would have been much nicer with these. So wait, what is this yellow one? Right? Am I crazy? What are these? Because normally this would be manhunts. Badly, right? But all of them are also there. I mean, yeah, let's just go clean up that zone. We'll just run around and out. What's my favorite kind of cheese? Like actual cheese, or just like? I think I like Gouda. Gouda. Just, you know, I kind of have to, right? I gotta represent. gotta be a Dutchie. So just I mean, it's literally in the word, in the name.
Target is nearby.
What kind of cheese is it? It's good. Ah.
Friendly control point nearby.
Every 30-second skill overclock build with a perfect energizer system. It was okay. Oh, yeah, sometimes it's fun to play around with kind of going in with the intent that is not the common ones.
Yes, I'm set up. Come and get it. Enemy is on the flank.
What else? Wait. Oh, wait. Does that work actually? Does it energize this trigger? Actually, I hadn't considered that was an option. But also, yeah, it still wouldn't be too useful because even being overcharged and such is... It has to also go to something. You have to actually Because that's kind of the thing with the gear set from this season. Its big deal is, yeah, you can be in overcharged state kind of a lot. Much more so than anything else that we currently have in the game. Except for the global modifier last season. But is that actually useful? It turns out that a Phase buff is really good. Or it doesn't turn out when you... Hello, sir.
Got the target. Nice.
Guillotine.
Enemy is here!
Yeah, what are these yellow ones? What? Am I crazy? Why do we have yellow? I mean, I'm crazy, but this is not the reason, right? I mean, yeah, actually, that, like, I was about to say, like, well, really, but yeah, it kind of depends where you're from. Like, I feel in, especially the countries around here, around where I am, yeah, it's very common.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty.
Of course, actually,
Well done.
like in the Netherlands, it's just,
Target is near you, Agent.
you know, it's not even called. That's just called cheese. Gouda cheese is just cheese. And then other things are like feta and, like, you know, mozzarella and stuff. But yeah, of course, that's not the case for other places. Yeah, what we're trying is I like it as a cheese. It's pretty cheesy. I have no better explanation for you. How's the cheese? It's cheesy. Chainsaw dude. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I have a few slashes. It's on the house. Yeah. But, you know, we'll give him some hope. I'll say how many. Okay, wait. So here, it's on 6+1. I've seen the grenade launcher go higher as well. But here it was showing 6+1, I was full. So what's causing that, actually? Island in the UK is cheddar everything. You would think, being neighbors. I mean, well, there's a little bit of water in between us, but because I feel in general, yeah, kind of being sometimes in Germany and France and stuff, I still kind of see it there.
Good work.
Even though I don't think they buy it a lot.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Yeah, well, I'm here. Let's get the keys here. Might as well load this character up with a few keys. If we can. Also, I should go back and spend my demo points. Let's just grab the keys here and we'll fast travel back to the White House. Yeah. Second to... Oh yeah, we still haven't talked to Wally. That will take this like the mission marker away. And also, yeah, Wally isn't here. Of course. Also, it is interesting that they took the time.
Hello,
I didn't notice this till like a few days ago, but they actually in the list of our staff roster. These are the people we recruit leveling up to 30. Yeah, this guy is no longer there. They should actually disabled the barber as well. But yeah, after events of Roosevelt Island, it was discovered that Dr. Summers acted as a double agent for the Black Tusk. He was killed by Agent Kelso at the White House by getting stabbed in the throat and then being shot in the face. That I may have editorialized a little bit, just a little bit. Yeah, so we have some 30 points there. Yeah, that's kind of why I want to do these, just to kind of get the early points. I want the explosion resistance, especially. So yeah, we have that.
A beekeeper called Jeff.
No,
was supposed to
shut
trade
up,
with the
Manny.
campus earlier, but he never showed up to the meeting.
I
If he's still
don't want to do
alive,
this. I
find
misclicked. Go away. Tell me how you're interrogating Schaefer. Oh yeah, let's actually go get Wally for a second. Okay. Spoilers. I mean,
Hostile control point
you know,
identified.
it's been 2 weeks. Also, you want to know why Castle is a better settlement than Bridge as well? Where's Ransom?
Hey, Agent, it's Wally.
Hey, Ransom.
Jack's been picking up some strange intel on the mobile
And
shade
if you
server.
didn't know,
Meet me at the
Ransom
castle if you
stops
wanna know
at certain spots, and you can. Although you can't pet him while he's walking around. He's at night. He's at his pen, so you can pet him. Good. But you can't interact with him when he stops.
Hey, Agent.
And
You ever
that's
dream of
why
infiltrating a secret government lab?
both
For the past
Haven
couple
and
months,
Castle are
Jack
better
has been
than any
picking up
other
some
set.
weird comms on the mobile shade server. We tracked a signal to this
that's
super
my
high-tech underground
yeah.
bunker running this special
Uh,
security protocol. I've never seen a program like this.
Where's the doctor?
It is not
Also
friendly to
killed it
shade
then.
tech. To get further than the lobby,
Yeah.
you'll need to leave your gear. There's something already programmed in Isaac's code that will give you access. Agent, I need you to go to the facility, enter the program, and overload it so I can access their systems and get more intel on the Black Tusk and their operation.
Oh, it forces you to enter it. That's why. Although I think we can just enter and
Once you
exit.
enter the facility, you'll lose access to your shade tech. Your gear won't work the same. If you're willing to take the descent into the program, you can overload the AI so I
The
can access
descent
the
into the
database and get
program?
more intel on the Black Tusk. The program is impressive. Someone went to a lot of trouble to protect the facility. I know it's not ideal walking in without your gear into what may be a death trap.
Shut up.
But hey, you should be used to that, Agent. To run the program, you'll need to use the simulation gear and weapons. For the simulation, you
Yeah,
won't be
I'm
an
not actually
agent.
gonna do it,
Now you're
Wally.
like a
Just
cool new green operator. The radio comms don't work in the facility, so Isaac will be your guide while I access the database. Have fun overloading the system. I mean, good luck, Agent.
yeah. Or actually, wait, that finished it. I think. Yeah, I think it's gone. Okay, that's all I wanted. Thought you had to enter it and exit it. Yeah, no worries. Be rude. So was I. Yeah, let's run from here. Let's go get these guys. Because all of these daily bounties as well, they give specialization points just as rewards. So we're just going to do them. And actually, if you do your, like, the bounties and stuff a few days here and there. And also these are of course simple for a quick 3 points. Although of course we could also just do an activity and, you know, get like 2 levels now with 3 times XP and get 6 points. But also we're doing them and getting that, but they're also completely risk-free almost because it's on normal. At least yeah, it's normal, hard, challenging. Like it's not heroic, so we can just burn through it. So when we get here, I'm gonna activate. And the reason is just to reset it back down as well so we can reach tier 5s again. A little bit of a reload buff with Lexington in the game. I think he'll move fast up a little. I mean, Famas is still like the top contender. I would say there's a lot of ones that could use a little more loving. Because currently the balancing factor, especially for the Famas, is reload. It is one of the slower reloaders. That's actually what they kind of did with the changes, with the last set of changes. So even after Project Resolve changes, it's very kind of you to offer, sir, to finish me, but no happy endings. What was I gonna say? Already forgot. They really brought up the sustain weapons to be quite a bit higher. Get a Lexi for the DLC. I missed the last time. I would hope that they put them in the stretch goals maybe this end of this season. That's Caretaker and Thermal. Like that should just be like the stretch goals are perfect for that. Like don't put the raid exotics in there. People like really did stupid things to get as many of those things by just like completely burning themselves out. So I feel they would be perfect fits. Turmoil and Lexington and Caretaker, because Caretaker as well, once this thing is gone, like Caretaker, once the Game Pass event is gone, we don't know when we'll see Caretaker again. Although I feel for Caretaker, they could just put it on maybe like getting 10 wings, getting to SHD or Shepherd rank 10. In general, and then you just get one or something. Are we kind of in the same spirit, but then yeah, without the event on top, but then everybody can get it at least, even in the future. This Caretaker is definitely a top contender as well. Oh yeah, Lexington with Killer is better, but yeah. That one also is not available, and a lot of people don't have it, so you might as well go Caretaker if you don't have it. That's really so slow. I mean, that's, yeah. It is a super high burster, but a pretty bad sustainer. Because the thing is, in the past, what the FAMAS used to be and why the FAMAS was so much the top picks, it was really one of the top bursters consistently, like through even balances and such, and it was a really good sustainer. So they kind of now made it really more towards burst, and then sustain is actually pretty horrendous in comparison to, for instance, yeah, Lexington. The annoying thing is, though, then the Lexington is both a better burster and sustain. So That one is just in its own, you know, in its own stratosphere. Yeah, let's do these challenging ones too. Yeah, what is the yellow one? Like, why? Because yellow would normally be manhunt, right? Why do we have a yellow bunny? No, it's when you reload more than shooting. Yes, but while you're even doing that, you're still doing massive amounts more damage than most other things around it. But yeah, you're taking a really high RPM weapon and
Looks like you
doing,
earned yourself
you know,
another bounty. Well
you know
done.
what we want? Even more RPM. So yeah, it goes through it pretty quick. I'm really sad about what they did to the Sleipnir, actually. I was really enjoying the Sleipnir last season. I haven't actually ran it this season yet, but yeah, today, like yesterday and today, started testing for the new timer on Frenzy, and the new timer on Frenzy just doesn't work for Sleipnir. But it's kind of perfect for M249, so / Mark 46. So we'll just go with those. Although that one, yeah. One of the nice things with the Sleipnir was you could kind of just generally use it because the reload is on the MG5 is pretty good. Slow it down a little because yeah, now I'm against challenging enemies, although challenging, still not heroic. What I maybe should do is farm a little priority objectives. I might as well just do that on the hardcores. I don't mind reaching reaching season 100. On this account as well. I'm already done on main account. Although there, I did buy the premium thing, so I had 20 levels advantage. But I always buy the premium pets there. Indeed. We all gathered here today to remember the Sleipnir, who died as it lived, going brrrt at really high RPMs.
Got the target. Nice.
Phlegm. He kills Phlegm. And they killed their Snake Lord. That's it's quite the name. Not just the Snake Lord, you're the killer version. Yeah, welcome in. 9,000 levels of tour, and I'm at the M6P1. Nice. Yeah, I'm likely not gonna be making too much use of it. I never kind of do. I will kind of, yeah, do the hardcore here and maybe use it for some extra levels here. I'm not sure how much I've used so far. 5 seconds is all I need, sir.
Good work.
Wait. That rusher was not part of the bounty. How does that happen? Where are they down here? I was like, you know what? Madam Sniper. Here, let me counter snipe. I missed most of that. Oh,
for keeping us safe, Agent.
That was less cool than I wanted to be. Yeah, let's do this yellow one. -7. Nice. Okay, well, this making sure I'm hitting the cap. Yeah, for that it can be really valuable. Because I think that's also a thing that a lot of people didn't realize that well, is with the 5 times XP, that's also a lot of these resources. We can just, whenever one of those events is up, if you do extract even like 500, 600, which if I were to play normally, like what I normally do in a week, that would be ×3. Usually I can do, pretty easily as the 150 levels in a week. It's not uncommon. I'll be 450. Like you would get that many points as well. All of those add up to only to 12,000. Well, that's actually still pretty impressive. For me, it's more of a choice of I don't want to play too much in the 3 times XPs. Just because it makes me like, yeah, I know how I am with that kind of thing. First of all, I would binge way too much. I would try to get this on both accounts and also on the hardcores. So yeah, we're doing 1,000 levels, like just in general for the 3 times. Okay, so here we've used 132 so far. Plus, it would devalue the rest of the time. It's kind of, doing drugs is fun, but also there's the day after. Like the hangover can sometimes be more annoying than the gain you get.
Target is near you, Agent.
Because I'm kind of sad that it's like 3 times, and especially the 5 times for 1,000 levels. Like if they added them in and they were, honestly, if it was just even the 2 times, like I don't know why they went to 5. Like I cannot think of a single other game that has a 5 times XP at any point. Right? Like this is completely out of whack with. Because it's kind of disincentivizes playing the rest of the time. Why would I grind any time except when the 5 times is up, right? And stuff like that. And the 3 times as well is like a lot. Because also if it was just 5 times for, let's say, 200 levels, even. That still would have been like, everybody would have been, going for it. But it would have been a little bit more subdued and actually, much more gettable. Because also we have to see if the 5 times are weekends again or if it's a full week. Because last time as well, we had the 5 times be... but the 5 times be, a few times like weekends, and then they kind of did 1 or 2 as a week, and then we had 1 3 times that was just kind of a weekend. And it's weird. But yeah, it's fine. I know I'm in the unpopular opinions on that one. End of things, but...
The division is over! Find a way around that shield!
Agent, target spotted.
That was 4 weeks as well, didn't he? Oh, but at least it's for a week. Not that I'm, of course, gonna make any use of it, but just for the people, because, yeah, trying to get... Because you have to get 200 levels to get the 1,000, right? That means if it's 3 days, that's actually a lot per day. Like, that's, you have to get 66 a day. Which a lot of people don't, like, just naturally reach. And then as well is, it's the weekend. So for some people that's like free time and then Friday isn't. But for me, usually, like, also I'm working weekends a lot, so. bum rushed it out of there. Should actually watch out. I'm treating this shield as if it's a tech tank shield. It isn't. It's not getting healed by Artificer. It just has whatever it has, and then it's gone. Where's your owner?
That's your target. Agent, target spotted.
Hostile blinder firefly detected.
He made it up here quick. And here we just take the high ground. Just get the numbers down and then eventually deal with Mr. Aloha. Out of ammo. Well, life just got a lot worse for you.
Good work.
Now you're getting Scorpioed.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Yeah, let's continue down the path of... let's maybe just do this one. And then maybe let's do like a mission or something. An invaded mission. That was more meaningless now. Not really, because once you spend your points, if you can fill up 1,000 points again, that's equivalent of having 6,000 points in the past, right? And even more so because they even increased the amounts. Oh no, yeah, no, 6,000. So they tripled it, right? But also not too long ago, they doubled all the other resources. So it's kind of on the resources end, it's like having, 1,000 levels is on. If you're getting field recon or SHE calibrations, is basically like 3,000 levels worth of it. And on the other resources, it's 6,000 levels worth of it.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
Because we still have, the the watch points there, and we can't spend them. Especially for things like that, it is very valuable, like SHE calibrations and field recon. Yeah, let me get you actually a little bit better. There's an influx of new players, and they want to be able to catch up a bit. I mean, yes, but you could also, for that, because one of the things is, it's there to get people faster to 1,000 levels. But you could also have it be that, if you're below 1,000 levels, it's 1,000 levels. And if you're above 1,000 levels, it's just 200 levels or something. Right? There's ways to kind of make it make sense in that. But even if it was 3 times and a 5 times, that means that over a season, like there is usually 1 3 times and a 5 times at least. Even if it was just 200 levels.
Keeping us safe, Agent.
They get 400 levels that way. In a few seasons, you're at 1,000. Or just double XP, like always, like just double the XP in general. Letting people catch up always. Because my issue is more, it's an event. It's like you have to be there for it, and then people binge it when it's kind of like there. Let me actually go here where it's safer, instead of standing out in the street in outcast territory. I was with him and told him, hop in a level a little bit. Do you think? Oh, actually, this one. They think they might brush soften the blow caused by removal of watch halts. The 5 times XP came like way before that was even like an idea in anybody's head. I think before the removal of watch halts. So I think they just went like, hey, we want to do a XP bonus. They do this quite a bit. Give too much, like they go like for same for instance with the raid items being in the stretch goals. Like nobody would have batted the eye if it was just exotic components and a few extra things, and maybe we get some exotics out of it, and not per se the raid exotics. Everybody would have been fine with that, but no, they go like they have a tendency to kind of with those kind of stuff shoot themselves in the foot. I feel the same is kind of true with the global events. The global events are now so buffed to a degree that like Golden Bullet, which used to be seen as the strongest, is now definitely the weakest. And they didn't need to buff it to that degree. They could have gone like halfway between the two, and yeah. I feel quite often they just overdo it, which is, yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I would rather have the balance up front. Or just increase it over time so that as it gets later and later, you can have it be easier to catch up with, for instance, like the 5 times XP and stuff. Make it the first season 100 levels, the second season 200, the third season 300, stuff like that. That way as well, even the people that kind of are, getting away from the rest, everybody else kind of catches up to them and stuff. As I'm saying, we're going to levels now. There's a discount, but our discount is much more valuable now. Yeah. The thing is, though, that a lot of people would grind that would say that, or I would think would say that, would be maybe below like the 2000 or something. That would have made it worth starting to watch out. Because below 2K, below 3K, it's you want to fill up the character slots, but yeah, it wasn't that valuable, right? But it doesn't really get valuable until you start getting over the 3K and you're getting like a decent amount of resources out of it. Back in the day. Running the classified missions for mules, yeah. So for the SHG field, you can. As a choice to make. Yeah, if they enjoyed their time with that, but I'm fearing that they didn't, and that they likely burnt themselves out, and they will likely have made those resources, but yeah, there's like the RTS player in me wants, if you have resources, I want to spend them. That's also why, yeah, I'm not overcapped. Like I actually didn't do a watch halt after they announced it. Like I didn't overcap at all. Chose not to. And the thing is as well, I know that I don't need it. For instance, especially on main account, I've never had watch halts. I had not never. Since I had like 2 watch halts there, but that was like season back when I was like not even 2000 or 3000. Only on second account did have watch halts. So I've done the whole build collection without watch halts. Like, if I can do that, of course, yeah, I have silly amounts of playtime, but if I can do that, I feel it's doable. I really want a bit of there. Okay, that's much better. Let's actually go from the classified here. I want to keep my mementos. Although actually it's just a normal. I'll just keep our mementos. Looking over there, introduce something into the game. That's probably will cost a lot of resources to drain these resources. The thing is that would make it worse, because now they would give a reason for having that much resources. Like, and then people that weren't around now that like, I think the thing is it is what it is. It's like Bitcoin. If you were there, at the start of it, hey, you're a millionaire now, enjoy. But yeah, they don't need anything to drain the resources. The thing is, those kind of numbers have no real value. You're not going to be able to use that amount up, really. Like, what's the point? It's like having a pile of gold, but, you know, it's literally the apocalypse like we have here. It's like there's no real value to it. Are the 100 keys on hardcore as well, or do I need to regain them? It is per character for the Brooklyn ones, so you have to redo it on that. But if you just want the Huntsman, you can just get one from Cassie. That one should be account wide. Yeah, let me get you right here on this end. As I'm gonna. It's not looking large. Slow. What's the server? We're trying to get something over. Yeah, thing is also like with even playing around with builds and stuff, like you don't need to optimize them out and such. I used to do it as well, especially on second account. If I'm messing around with a build, I would just instantly optimize it because I have watch alts. But now we have to just get comfortable with, hey, those resources are actually a little valuable. But even on main account, like I have 27,000 points. That is effectively 60,000 points, 90,000 points. Like, you know, close to 90,000 points with the triple. That's more. I could yeah. And that's the case for a lot of people because we also got a reset with it, right? Like even at 10k, you would have 30k worth of points as well there. And then each time you get 1,000 levels, by the time you spend it all, you'll likely 2,000 levels further with the 3 times and the 5 times. So you have another 6,000. When I used to play game, like, we're supposed to give up the others. See what fun way to play, yeah. Just a boring. I kind of enjoyed it, but yeah, it kind of depends on, because I enjoyed actually doing watch alts runs and such. But also I didn't like, you know, just do them 1,000 times in a I would do one like every other, like every once a month or something for second account. Maybe here or there for third account. Also grinded it out at some point. Oh, it's actually this entrance. For third account to like get the expertise, end of expertise on. And yeah, that kind of burned me out on that for a bit as well. Because I just did way too much of them in succession. Because that's the thing with all things. It's I quite enjoyed doing it, and also, for instance, farming gear for it and stuff. But then I also did it like in moderation. I wasn't doing like 3 runs a day and just that being my day. Because yeah, when you did them like interspersed with other things, I quite actually enjoyed doing watch alt runs and doing the DZ method and stuff, and in the past like the Woni method.
Agent, target spotted.
But of course, as with all things, like steak is tasty as long as you're not vegan or vegetarian. Steak is tasty, but if you have it every day, after a while you just go like anything but steak.
Good work. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Let's bang all these ads. All the ones that give points. Well, actually, let's swap specialization as well. Get early points on some of the other specializations. I was doing one who runs every day for like 2 weeks to optimize all my PvP builds. Yeah, that's gonna do it. That will be overdoing it. That's also the thing, right? Like, yeah. For instance, for me as well, a lot of people go like Descent sucks, but a lot of people as well have like burnt themselves out on Descent by just farming it out for the for the reconstructed caches. Like I know a lot of people that like just went way too hard on the scent at the start, and now they're kind of they go like it sucks, but no, they just what actually happened is that they burned themselves out. It's not the mode's fault. Yeah, let's get some early points onto survivalist here as well. Really quickly. Wait, through 20,000? What have you been optimizing and grading and such? I feel I will have likely not have used 20,000 in total, but also I generally I have the playtime and the ability to kind of just farm it up through other means as well. I didn't say they were going to. Well, that would have been that they needed to give up like a heads up before. As again, there was a 99X. Yeah, that was also kind of funny and sad that kind of overlapped with that, because otherwise a lot of people would have not even had it happen. So. I'm guessing then with that likely, right? You use them all up for expertise and stuff. Things so that even like in most cases, you run one build at a time. It doesn't per se matter to have extras going in comparison to others, at least. I mean, the expertise definitely kicked me. Yeah, but that I can also went too hard when I was doing it for that 30 account, because actually on main account I actually like didn't resource it at all that much. I would put in resources when they were full.
The target is nearby.
But I wasn't like doing watch points for it. That was just way too valuable in in just spending it for SHD calibrations and stuff for optimization. Indeed. The longest time I don't want to wait on, but I'm gonna boost on luck and then all in 6 weeks time. Well, sounds like binging stuff is kind of up your alley. I quite enjoyed Descent as a game mode, but also I wouldn't want to play it every day, but also I don't. But especially once in a while going like deep, I definitely enjoy that. Especially in group settings. Or even solo, like I like going through the mode.
They killed the bomb.
Oh, that's not part of this. It's annoying that there is no distance. I wish there was just a little bit of size to the icons. But you could kind of get a somewhat a sense of like, hey, which ones are close, which ones are far, because it's the same size any distance. This guy's called Loose Lips. Well, let's shut those lips.
You got the target. Nice.
No more loose lips.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
You're welcome, Manny. As long as you don't tell me things like that you're debriefing Schaefer, I'm perfectly happy with you. Over there. Let's just go from here. Over there. I mean, yeah, but then that's because of that 999 bug, right? Because yeah, otherwise there's like 20k is sufficient for a while. What were the most random stuff? I mean, that's kind of the thing then, right? You're kind of using it for just to use it almost. Which isn't the way that you would spend resources if you actually like need them or have them anywhere.
Target is near you, Agent.
Point scraps and low chest are gonna show for it's a lie indeed. You should get one of those 13% protection from lies. Then you can get it. Because then you'll be protected from the lies and then. What is the way out actually here? Oh yeah, it's from DBS build. I'm gonna move the rest again. I try to do weekly for the comms. Same here. I'll be back on the wagon. I've been actually keeping doing the weekly, even though I had all the comms. I kept doing the weekly on one character just to kind of keep going into descent. And now that we have actually comms again, I'm definitely going back in every week. But also, yeah, I need to get the... I also want to go for the Nemesis patch, the tier 1 patch. So yeah, I always go for those. They're about to had to go remix. There's somebody made a track with it. I mean, of course they did, but if there is Daggot's wave, what was it? Daggott wave, yeah. Yeah, somebody's gonna make. Is it a banger or is it not a banger? I'll see about finding it anyway.
Agent, target spotted.
Wait a second. Okay. Yeah. Might actually look it up in a bit. Got 4 reviews, but I never use them. Yeah. Well, I like PFE builds here and there sometimes. Especially on main account, I've 9, 10. I have 9, I think. So, and yeah, so 1 full build of PFEs. That is definitely a pride and joy. Do I think there will be a Division 3? Overall, yeah. It seems in line with what Ubisoft wants to do, which is live service games and such. So, hey, you already have a franchise for that. And it's at least in production at this point. That doesn't mean that it won't get cancelled maybe some way through it or something, but I think there is enough push for a Division 3 that it'll likely happen. But it'll likely happen 2028 or 2027 at the earliest. But much more likely like 2028 as a release date.
Target neutralized. Good work.
So, don't hold your breath. We already had no sleep till Brooklyn. Don't hold your breath till Division 3. Definitely not no sleep till Division 3 because what's happening here to the map? What? Where control point? This control point is totally out of control. So that's odd. Okay, maybe we'll,
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
well, going. I might pull it up in a sec. I just want to figure out, I was looking through your collection, especially I was impressed by the investment you did when I thank you for the kind words. So I know either I'm blind or just can't read properly, but is there a list of raw sniper damage and or what non-bolt MMR would you recommend in terms of damage per bullet? Is there a list of raw sniper damage? Oh, do you mean just their bases and stuff? Yeah, in the DPS tables, they're on the main table actually, but also there's the other ones. But maybe if you saw the build collection, you may not have seen this one yet. I'll put it in the YouTube chat as well for people over there. This goes in the wrong window there. This goes here. And actually, there is two MMR ones. So there's the base one here, and there's actually on hotshot how much damage they do. Especially here, if you go into it, at the bottom there is tabs, which is important to know because on spreadsheets they're at the bottom because spreadsheets want to be special. Still don't know why they haven't moved the tabs to the top. This makes so much more sense. But yeah, if you go to the MMR one, then yeah, you have it kind of sorted by their base damages. And bolt action wise, all of the bolt action magazine based ones are kind of close to each other. What non-bolt MMR? Okay. Because the thing is actually, so we don't use much in the form of non-bolt MMRs. Is kind of the thing. Especially with Headhunter and Determined being around, a lot of people lean towards those.
Target is nearby.
Because you can make kind of a faster firing sniper build, but it just pales in comparison to just having a rifle build or something like that. MMRs just aren't balanced to that same degree. Especially because you have the SVD, you have the Mark 20, and you have the G28. Of the three, the SVD is the one that you can kind of make work the best. But even then, and also the Dread Edict by extension. The Dread Edict is kind of okay. But yeah, you can kind of make things like Focus Aces, which I don't have in the build collection. I used to, actually, might be in between the X builds. Because yeah, I did used to have one. But yeah, just the MMRs that get used is basically one shot headhunter builds and stuff. It's kind of
that's your target.
The things that MMRs really do well in this game. If you're trying to use them kind of AR style or well like rifle style, they don't have the staying power.
Target down. Good job. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
These survivalist points as well. One last one, right? Yeah, there's one last one left. Let's go do it. Yeah, let's go through the propaganda.
Hostile broadcast detected.
It's time to pledge your allegiance to the truth. Join us today, and we will welcome you with open arms. Wait till tomorrow, and we might not.
But hopefully that kind of helps out. But also, yeah, when you're kind of leaning more towards the SVD and such, that's also why there's DPS tables there for the faster firing ones. Is because, yeah, oh, actually, why am I doing this? I was just going through here.
You're going down,
is yeah, you want to kind of look at them in terms of their DPS more so. Because they have differing rate of fires and such. It's not just how hard they hit, but also how often they hit.
Do you think the division are really serving America? Don't fall for their lies.
Let's do this.
Our normals are me not paying too much attention. It's fine.
Access key detected.
I was like, yeah, I should just disengage from
Progress
this.
halted.
Just kill this guy.
Manual override required.
For normal difficulty, that
Hostile
one
broadcast
thing is
picked
not
up.
good time here. Referring to the advantage when you haven't done any sandwiches of that, yeah. I'm giving because those I would want to do with 5 directives. I still haven't figured out how to do, like, how you fix ragers. Likely somebody knows, but I don't know yet. Because I haven't used directives at all this season. And yeah, ragers is kind of buggy, but I definitely know that I've seen, you know, for instance, Toasty and stuff are running 5 directives, so. Also, I was turning it on and off, and in, like, for me, it worked 5 directives in New York one time, and then it didn't anymore, so there's likely a thing we can do with that, or a thing we have to do with that. That just fixes it. But also, these are those project bounties. The ones you get from, you know, the things where when you do the invasion. So yeah, these all give spec points. And yeah, 3 spec points for just doing this.
Good work.
I'll take that. Especially some easy starters for some of the specializations. Yeah, let me catch up again. That's one. I'm just gonna finish tabs, crushing 70, and then just headshot damage and crit damage, and then that is a lot of crafts indeed. Guys, and White Death was looking for regular mag. Oh wait, do you mean because yeah, that's the headhunter kind of, right? Because actually, yeah, let's go here. Oh, yeah. Circle is, of course. Still need to move this circle from this hard disk. Because, yeah, my screen, it's now frozen up, but I know it's still rendering and stuff. At least it should. Actually, is it? Is the... Why is my stream frozen here? But yeah, so bolt action and then magazine, I'm guessing you're kind of going for, right? Because those are, yeah, so that's this whole section there. And all of those are actually so close to each other on their bases. And basically inversely their reloads go down. So as you drop a little bit in base, you get more faster reload and actually have better handling usually as well. So it is actually kind of handy to have yeah, to, for instance, yeah, sometimes go with some of those. I actually go with basically any of them. I have a SR1 still that is highly graded from in the past. So I've been mostly just using that. And yeah, the White Death is kind of the top dog in the category. But of course, yeah, it does only have 5 rounds and stuff. So yeah, going with some of the bolt actions with magazine is kind of... all of them are basically options. That's against capacitor for a piece readers easily. All right, yeah. But keep in mind that actually that at level 35 is like the best thing you could have, right? Like what else is going to be beating that? So it's actually not a bad one. As you add it to at 35. Is it erroring out on the YouTube end? No, it seems fine. Oh, maybe when it freezes like that, it is actually an issue. I should maybe look into that and move that, because it's just that red circle that I that's saved on a hard disk. That hard disk sometimes needs to spool up, and sometimes it's annoying. That's fine. Going back to range fixes. Yeah, so I saw that as well, but I tried, but it did not. It didn't for me. Like I tried having Ragers on, or like trying to turn Ragers on, and then like going to Brooklyn and back. I tried going to Brooklyn and turning it on there, and then coming back. I tried like turning it off in Brooklyn, and so, but yeah, for me it just wasn't. I did it once. I had like one time I had 5 directives in New York, but then when I came back to DC, it went back to 4. I was in like Manhattan, not Brooklyn. So there's likely a way to kind of make it consistent, but I don't know it at the moment yet. May I ask which AR is top performer sustain wise? So on the sustain end, although you got to remember that we don't really pick ARs on the sustain end. A lot of the fights in Division are going to be so much more towards the burst end. That we generally pick high bursters that are not bad at sustain. The one that then kind of stands out is the top burster, but then also kind of middle of the pack sustain is Lexington, of course. Things like the G36 and the P416 and M4 are kind of in the middle of the pack burster and middle of the pack sustainers, so you can kind of take those. The actual higher sustainers are especially the AKs, the TKB, the Mark 16, and the ACR. They really lean towards the sustain end, but yeah, I would say maybe there isn't too many fights in Division where you would have that long of an engagement time. Where you're just dumping mag after mag. But also I can, on the DPS table, actually they're still a little bit higher. Like if you scroll up, although, let me relink them again. On the DPS table, you can find the answer as well for yourself, actually. Because if you go there, and I actually still have the DPS tables open here. Because if that goes to a folder, in that folder is this main file. You can just, with the ARs, what happened here? Why is this 7? Because at some point I accidentally typed 7 while I was hovering over there. But yeah, this kind of lists them in that way. And then also what you would want, because this is, of course, some of the weapons have -1 mods and such. So there's also the other one in there. Where's that one? Here. So in here with AR on Striker. And this is on a build with its stats. So that is a much better list to actually kind of look through. And then the burst is at the top and sustain is at the bottom. So you can kind of use that too. And in here as well, there's talents. So you can compare them with talents even. Is a model 700 better than White Death? No, not when we actually take it to a build. So actually in that same, with the same DPS table thing, because you got to remember that the White Death also has that headshot bonus, right? So actually when we take it onto a build, because the base is higher, but actually when we take it to build, which is on this, the White Death is above the model 700 because it has that extra bonus to headshot. So when we actually factor that in, it is actually ahead. Wait, because one doesn't do yellow. Of course, you just equip the 4 pieces rigger and just put down a turret and drone, which you keep the Y25, put a turret, and use the capacitor. The capacitor, just because of the yellow cores, will be like so much higher than most other weapons in that you could have there, right? and your turret now does damage. You can also now just deconstruct the turret right away, and you get it right away back. So you can just move it up quickly. Indeed, another late one. Although yeah, I'm gonna enjoy my time. Although, well, let's do one mission here and then round it out. See if I have anything to add to library. No. Yeah. Let's take it for one invaded mission. Maybe what is some good targeted holster on there? Yeah. Although let's actually, if we're doing that, let's grab, because yeah, now we have some starter points here. Let's put some of that in here. Let's take demo. I'm doing Lincoln for the heavies. Although actually no, this is it's invade. Not the grenade launching heavies. And we do objective solo in countdown. They don't know what they're doing and they think it matters or something. Most of the times you have to consider that a lot of actions that people will do, especially in video games, but also real life, there is no like thinking behind it. It's just, oh, there is an objective here, I'm here, enemies here. Might as well. So anyway, I started blasting, right? And yeah, no worries, Carrie. And yeah, always feel free to ask, as yeah, stuff like that isn't per se obvious.
Black Tusk has taken over the memorial to control access to the bridge. Get them out.
Because yeah, that is on the numbers end on pure base damage. Yeah, the white death is behind, but then stuff like that happens where the white death isn't named, and because of that, it has a special stat, and then suddenly it wins.
Get yourself ready, Agent.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish up this. Also, yeah, 3:30 there as well. Same here. Going towards the 3:30 indeed. But yeah, yesterday already as well, I kind of made my sleep schedule way late, so. But also, after all that on normal, just have something on heroic to kind of feel the exhilaration. Well, it's a simple mission, this one. Also, yeah, solo scaling with modifiers.
There's bound to be more of them. Circle around to the flank.
It's dangerous, although that's the fun of hardcore to me. Is most of the times I've lost the hardcore, and I've lost many a hardcore. I think at this point it's 9 or 10 the hardcores that I've lost. Each and every time it's been, you know, it's not been, oh, I'm doing like I haven't done the raids or something. It's not like, oh, I'm in incursion, so you know, might die and then we die. It's always been like, oh, I'm doing an activity, oh, I didn't pay attention to this extra wave over here. Oh, now I'm fighting 3 things, and oh, now I'm dead. It's always when you when you least expect it. Because if you're expecting it, I would have been more prepared. Because most of the times as well, it's just making... I effectively have 3 mistakes to make, right? I have my health gate, then I have my my revive hive, and then death comes for me.
There are more targets past the gate.
Would just be rogues. Well, if it is rogues, I'm just gonna have a Scorpio with chakrams. Like, it's a bad day for them if they go up.
Deploying UAV.
No one on the gun yet.
Got there.
Sit, do is it. It would be nice if it actually the enemy types that they, because I would love also the rocket launcher ladies from Hyenas, from that master mission, from the Parnell master mission. That, and also maybe the Flamehounds, because yeah, they have the models and they have the AI for it. It's basically just an minigun warhound anyway, so it's reusing the pathing of that likely. So I would love for them to just add that into missions and stuff, just shake it up a little. Or just add them to the spawn list. Because yeah, originally as well, we didn't have actually all 3 warhound types.
No more contacts.
Good. Head in and secure the underground.
We started with just the sniper warhounds, and then they added the other 2 in. Way too late as well. Well, hopefully enjoying your time. For me partially as well, I was planned Saturday, I was likely to work until late. So I was kind of already pushing my schedule a little late. But actually that fell through and I found somebody else to work for me this weekend. So actually I'll be around the whole weekend. Although I'll be working Saturday afternoon, but yeah, I'll be back in time to stream in the evening. Says yes. Yep. And yeah, I'm 1 north of Belgium, so well to rusten. And yeah, have a good night. So question: if I don't have legs, which is better to use, M4 or C7? Both are not really top contenders. M4 is, I would pick M4 over, like if it's between those 2 specifically, I would pick the M4 over the Carbine 7. The Carbine 7 stats is a little low nowadays. Especially as well, the Honey Badger exists and is kind of like a better Carbine 7. And that one is then kind of competitive with the M4. But if you're picking between those 2, I would definitely go with the M4. Because both are also very similar in handling, but then yeah, the M4 is quite a bit ahead on burst and doesn't lose that much in sustain against the Carbine 7. I'm playing like I'm on a tech tank on a normal character. Gotta watch out for that. It's easy to kind of overdo it and kind of overpush it and just get myself into trouble. Release Honey Badger. It is, yeah, it's kind of similar to the Carbine 7. It is underlying stat-wise. It used to be kind of sharing a lot of stats with the Carbine 7, but yeah, they've kind of been separated. But also overall, my recommended weapons aren't either of those actually. So if you're going out and farming for one, you might consider. So generally, I say FAMAS. FAMAS is one of the top contenders. It is the closest thing to a Lexington burst-wise, although it doesn't get close sustain-wise. You gotta get used to its handling. It is a little jumpy, and well, it's not jumpy. It's very like it is consistent, but it has a very sharp recoil, so you have to kind of get used to it. Otherwise, CTAR or F2000 or FAL. So for instance, here I'm using a FAL, not per se. Here in this case is because I want to conserve ammo. It's not per se the best pick, for instance, for Striker, which I am. Because its RPM is a little lower. And then as well, in the kind of below that, there's also the P416 and then M4 as well. So that those two are kind of on similar footing, but the M4 is a little bit more accurate, but the P416 is a little bit more damage. So now you have some options there. But especially if you're running Striker, FAMAS, CTAR, or F2000 are kind of the top picks. And thank you so much for the kind words there, Dale. Sorry for taking a second to get to. And I'm glad you like the spreadsheets. I like making them, so it all works out. This is the place I'm going to use this. Just weaken everybody. Because it is kind of the dangerous room. We can weaken everything. And part of this room being dangerous is it does spawn even on solo, but especially in group. In group, this would be all elites on the very first two waves. But here as well, it's just still spawning a bunch of elites. As long as they aren't through the door, they don't shoot yet. That's why we do want to spawn camp the doors. Although through the door means like their center point of their model is beyond the door. So kind of when they're half sticking out, they can already fire.
I got one right over there.
Yeah, that's why, for instance, as well, this mini tank will never fire. It's gonna blow him up. Get out of here. Because it might actually not despawn and keep in combat. Sometimes happens. What build am I using here? I'm using kind of Striker Tech Tank, if you're familiar with that. But here, because I'm on hardcore, I'm using it without the Artificer. I want to have the Revive Hive. The Revive Hive is just too valuable. And because we're using the Revive Hive, I'm also not on I'm not on Technician, or because we're using the Revive Hive, not the Artificer. I'm not on Technician. Here I'm taking Demo. Actually, Demo is kind of nice for hardcore. Like a Gunner, the Armor on Kill and stuff is nice, but I already kind of have Preservation here to kind of have that. There's enough there, plus the Memento. But Demo gives me 1 free explosion to the face per minute. And I can completely ignore it, and also, importantly, my shield can ignore it. So, it's kind of... I kind of like going that route. Oh yeah, well, it's invaded. There's a fall in the stash. Yeah. Although, yeah, for Striker, I wouldn't per se go fall. Here I am going fall because of... I'm willing to give up a little bit of damage. And especially as well, we don't stack up as fast, but I'm okay doing that for ammo conservation. I will not run out of ammo likely with the fall, because it just has more damage per round, right? Whereas with a FAMAS or something, that might happen, and that would be deadly on a hardcore. Like if that happens and I am not prepared for it, that might be my end. So Might as well just go a little slower, a little less damage, but this is hardcore, and yeah, like I want to make this choice on software. We'll just have a FAMAS, and if I run out of ammo, sure, fine, I die. Or I might pair it with an SMG or something. Here I want to have that Scorpio on my back. TSARs are Elmo and Lexington. Yeah, especially if you have a Lexington, definitely. I haven't used an Elmo really for the last 2 seasons. It just has fallen away. It handles nice, as the 70 rounds is nice. The
secure, but still no sign of the commanders.
shock is oftentimes nice, sometimes very annoying. But yeah, the buff to killer and to measured really, yeah. High ends with those are just, to me, way too far ahead of the Elmo nowadays. Let's just go kill the bosses. Good, remember, not the tech tank. This shield does not heal. Have you heard the word of our Lord and Savior Scorpio? No? Let me introduce you. We have a 2-for-1 deal. And that's why I have a Scorpio. Although there as well with Chakra, so even extra annoying for these days. But yeah, whenever you're in a 1 versus 1, a Scorpio can just make it 100% consistent. Not that I would have like been in trouble or anything without it, but consistency is key. When you only get to die once.
Time to get topside.
Sorry for detail, honorable talent, I'll try that. I'll give it a try. Also, yeah, if you have an honey badger, not the worst.
Bridge is back under our control. Well
That's a VIP bounty. Oh, man. Yeah. That used to be in year 1. Remember, that was part of the year 1 thing. Is that only still then for year 1? But we haven't had those in like forever, right? I'm not crazy, right? Or is it now maybe tied to Brooklyn or something? Yeah, now that you say it, actually, yeah, the yellow bounties before Manhunt were you would get a daily VIP bounty if you had the year 1 pass. Was it the year 1 pass or was it Woni? No, it was year 1. So because it was also in year 1. It was available there. That's been forever ago.
Pleasure to see you.
Actually ammo with them for. Yeah. Although in general play that's not too big of a deal, right? Like if that's just happening while you're playing not hardcore, you just can deal with it. You just fall back a little, you might get down, but then just call for the reinforcements already, you can respawn on them. But on hardcore, of course, that could mean death. That's why I go with the fall here. Also, the fall is craftable, so I got the IA piece there. Yeah, let's deconstruct all this. I should have full up am I here. Oh, we're back to full on these. Maybe I should do that now before I forget. So one of the things, for instance, for expertise to always do is whenever you're full up on what am I not proficient at? The skills and the gear sets? Brand set and gear set? I guess so. Let's do the defense skill. Fortified. Just donate a bunch of this. You fill these up like every hour and a half or something if you play a lot, so Might as well dump. I'm just gonna keep 399 on each. But yeah, that got us 2 levels there. If you just keep doing that, always, you know, if you're full up on the other resources as well, just dump them in there. It's weekly bounty though. Okay. Actually, I think it was always weekly bounty. Maybe I'm. But yeah, that was tied to something. But yeah, we haven't had them in forever, right? Like, I feel I would have remembered them. Running normal difficulty was blasphemy. We're on hardcore, so yeah, my world is set to normal because yeah, we're doing missions there and we're doing bounties. So the bounty difficulty is of course what carry their bounty, right? And then just getting there and stuff is easier. Same here, we're doing Lincoln anyway on heroic, so might as well have it on normal. Just, you know, if a wave spawns, that wave that spawns sometimes when you fast travel to Lincoln, they're normal. So gotta be clever if you want to be hardcore. Or you just got to be hardcore and then it's just normal. Yeah. Yeah, know what I mean. And if you don't, and if you do tell me, because I have no idea what I mean. But yeah, let's go and round this out. I'm gonna already in the background on the Twitch and start looking for somebody to raid. I'm not seeing any of there's someone that I'm like, let's go raid here. See a few names where I go like, it would be hilarious if I raided them. But let's maybe not do those. You know what? Let's do actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's go with I'm just double checking, like, is there anybody else here that I'm kind of like, let's go with that. Oh yeah, let's just go with nothing but skills. He did raid us ages ago. We'll raid them back once. As in, not many of the regulars that I raid are kind of around. Pizza be calling. Well, enjoy. My bed is calling, so I'm gonna go enjoy becoming toppings on my bed. I'm gonna go become the pineapple on my bed. That's what everybody eats on their pizzas, right? Always. I catch you on Sundays. Lazarus, she's still -4 on the hardcore. Oh, that's actually interesting. Likely because you're leveling now. Oh yeah, that's actually weird. Because now they fixed it actually with the 3 times XP event and stuff. It's shared between the hardcores and the softcores. So that kind of fixes it. Because in the past you used to be able to infinitely go, which pretty sure you can't anymore, right? Unless I'm mistaken also, but also I haven't tried it per se. We'll round it out there. Yeah, let's go. We'll rate nothing but skills. Who's doing the Rat Queen fight? So we'll send everybody off to there. I'll be back tomorrow. Likely a little bit earlier. I'm gonna start a little bit earlier, and hopefully characters 1 and 2 on main account are fixed by tomorrow. I hope, because yeah, they have that delta issue. Otherwise, we might start at the end and go from character 5 back to 1, and then do 1 and 2 later. But yeah, I want to do some build collection stuff. Get maybe also the high-end headhunter, high-end pistol headhunter, kind of put together, and then maybe also, yeah, we need to actually do the calculations for it and see which way we want to go with it. And then put it in the build collection together also with the new gear set. I already have kind of a setup for it. I haven't actually played around much with it, but also I feel that's like the obvious way to go with it. So we'll just add those in. And then also shuffle maybe some other things around, see at what builds we want to maybe change some weapons on or stuff like that. But enough yapping for me. It is 3:45 here, so let's just round it out. Enjoy yourselves some nothing but skills, and I'll be back tomorrow. And I'm just waiting for this timer to count down to 0, but there it goes. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, and as always, have a good night.
Maybe I'll go.
Nieuw bij Burger King. Crispy bacon.